The more that I learn, it seems like my emotions are getting so strong with people. Like when I'm around people more, or because I'm more of a shut-in, I like being alone. And I guess the more I learn and the more I try to connect, I mean, what is that? Is that just has to do with my spiritual growth?
Yeah, that's normal. I mean, it's just as we age, when you reach certain ages in your chronological age, you are more ready for new spiritual growth and transition. So that is extremely normal. You're doing, great work. Actually, I think it's really about getting in all of your resources that you resonate with. If that's church, you resonate with that, great. If it's, mediums, you resonate with that, perfect. It's whatever you resonate the most with.
Okay.
And absolutely reach out to me if you need me again. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to connect with you again.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night. I'm so glad you got through.
Yeah, me too.
Have a good night. So next we have Melissa. And Melissa is going to get a free reading tonight with me. Melissa, are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Where are you from?
I'm from Bunbury in Western Australia.
Oh, wonderful. An Australian. Oh, fun. What can I focus on tonight for you? What can I do for your reading tonight?
Just a general reading would be great. Just what life's got to throw at me would be good to hear.
Wonderful. Do you like tarot cards?
Pardon me?
Do you like, would you like me to use some tarot cards? Would you like just a general reading with mediumship? How would you like to do the reading tonight?
I have no idea. Mediumship would be good. Yeah, just whatever comes to you.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. So do you have any specific topic you'd like me to focus on, or just tell you what comes through?
Just whatever comes through.
All right. First of all, I'm getting, do you live near a river, or do you like the water? I'm just basically seeing a river and there's like brush around it, like bushes, and I don't know if it's camping or something happened in a river. Or body of water. Does it ring a bell?
I live near the beach. I live near the beach.
Live near the beach. Yeah, I was kind of seeing those kind of plants around a body of water and like the dirt. I couldn't tell if it was sand or what, but I'm getting that there's a body of water. And then do you resonate very closely with the water? Do you need to be around the water or the beach?
Yeah, I love the beach.
Okay.
I really love
because
the beach, yeah.
I feel like that's your therapy. And I also am getting that part of that is that there's the elements that help you kind of detox. So your body detoxes in that element energetically.
Yeah.
And
takes away the stress.
Yes. And I also feel like it's a toxicity that it pulls out, and maybe it's the salt, maybe it's the air, and it's just all the elements together. I feel like it actually physically detoxes you, which is really interesting that I'm getting all this. I'm just getting that like your body really needs that detox. And are you aware of any condition where you have trouble detoxing your system physically?
Not really. I haven't been well lately, so I probably do need to go for a visit to the beach. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like your body really is drawn towards those elements, and also sauna. I feel like you need a sauna. If you're having those health issues right now, go to the beach, get out in nature, get into the salt water, put your fingers and your toes in the sand. A sauna would be great, kind of sweat it out, because I do see that there's something in your genetic makeup that is making it difficult for you to regularly detox.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? So I'm seeing that first. And then I'm seeing red hair, and it's kind of done up real pretty, like kind of high and hairsprayed. I'm not sure if that rings a bell for you, but that's what I'm getting.
A red head?
Yeah, red hair, and it's kind of styled up real kind of elaborately.
I think my mum used to have her hair like that in the 60s and the 70s.
Ah.
She had red hair
So,
when she was younger, yeah.
did she wear kind of like a lot of pretty makeup, kind of heavier makeup?
No, she didn't.
No?
She was never a makeup lady, no.
Huh. Because I was kind of getting like a nice, maybe it was the 60s because I got a nice thick eyeliner. To me, that's kind of a lot of makeup. Maybe it wouldn't be to somebody else, but has she passed?
My birth mother has, yeah.
Okay. So we're talking about your birth mother?
Oh, no, I was thinking that my mother that was raised me, she used to have like red hair and that in the 70s, yeah.
So,
and used to like wear it in a beehive.
Okay. So we have both of your mother figures coming through. We have birth mother who's passed, and we have her showing me your mother who has raised you. And I'm getting a lot of love coming through from your birth mother. Like I'm just feeling like there is a ton of love coming through. I only have 90 seconds left, but I want to just give you the message first that there's so much love, and every decision she made for you was out of love, and I'm basically getting the message that she needed you to know that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry I'm running out of time right now. You can always reach me. Again, you can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. And I am also on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. And if you want to continue the reading later, if you want any other services from me, absolutely give me a call or let me know. You can message me, email me, whatever you need to do.
All right, thanks, Anna.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you, bye.
Bye-bye. Well, I wish I really had more airtime with her because I was getting really intrigued by the mother figures coming through, and I love these adoptive situations. So I really like to delve into that more, but that's my time for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight, and I will see you next week here on A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host of Insights into Consciousness. If you'd like to reach me, again, my website's AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. Thanks so much and have a great night.
A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope that whatever you've done in this last week, that you've had an absolutely fantastic, awesome week. I mean, our hearts and our prayers still go out to the people of California with those fires, that there doesn't seem to be any sort of let-up happening there. We can only hope that it's going to rain soon and they're going to be able to put those fires out and people can start rebuilding their lives. It's a terrible thing for people to go through things like that. Any sort of weather phenomena, anything that displaces a family and a community is never an easy thing, and it takes a very, very long time and a lot of patience and a lot of love and also a lot of money to rebuild a community. But most importantly, I think if we show them and share with them in our prayers and our thoughts that maybe it might ease their burden a little bit easier. So this week we've got the Simply Tarot card of the week as we always open the show, and this week I'm sort of, it's a little bit of an ambiguous card. I was going to say I was pleased to say this card's come out. It's not one that we feature very often on the show. For those of you that are new to the show, about half an hour before the show, I actually just sort of shuffle the cards and focus on the card or the energy that's going to be with us all for the next 7 days. So it's not something that I say, oh, gee, we haven't featured this one for a while. It's random. It's done only half an hour before the show. So this week it's the Two of Pentacles. So it's the card of money confusion, juggling two situations or ideas around. Now, quite often at this time of the year, I find as we get past what here in Australia, we've just had our big horse race for the year called the Melbourne Cup. And it's usually just after the Melbourne Cup that everybody's mind turns to, oh dear, the holiday season's just around the corner. I've got so much shopping and cooking and cleaning to do that I better get activated after we get over our hangover. So it's interesting that this card has come out past yesterday, which was Melbourne Cup here in Australia, the Two of Pentacles, where we've got money confusion. So it's about sort of juggling or balancing your budget, sort of looking at what you can take from here to there and maybe make your money stretch a little bit further than what you hoped. But it can also be about two situations in your life where you maybe need to give it a little bit more thought and work out what's so important to you at this point. And sometimes it can seem a little bit like a juggling act at which way do I go? How do I sort out what it is that I'm looking to change or bring about in my life, or what I just have to deal with? So sometimes we can feel a little bit like a juggler and we're throwing all our balls in the air and hoping we're going to catch them and not drop them. So I hope if you're feeling this way that you'll find some sort of peace out of it, because we still have the planet of Mercury still going retrograde or backwards until approximately the 24th of this month. So that sort of doesn't make things any easier, I suppose. So having our little quick trip around the universe, we still have Mercury retrograde, which is in Scorpio. So this is really peeling back the layers of intensity, and it's dragging a lot of stuff up from the unconscious and the subconscious part of the mind toward the light and saying, okay, now we've got to deal with it. And look, my inbox has been full with people sort of saying what's going on. I feel terrible. Why have I got all these flashbacks to the past, old grievances? There's been arguments in the home. There's been all these sort of things, this great groundswell of emotion coming towards the surface. And I think it's very positive, because the only way we can heal or release things is to bring it to the surface, show it the light of day, look at it, understand it, and sometimes the answer is there is no answers, and just release it or set it free and sort of say, okay, well, I can't focus on this anymore. I've given this issue or this situation or this person enough airtime. I've now got to just sort of release it and send it out to the universe and let the universe deal with it. And I don't want that to be a cop-out as sort of like I'm too lazy to do the work on the issue. That's never the answer. It's when we've exhausted every possible conceivable angle that we can take the situation or the matter or the person, that then and only then do we hand it over to the universe and say, well, I can't do any more. If you can show me something or another way around this solution, I'm open to suggestions. I'm happy to look at it and try and address it. So it's a very, very interesting concept. So, there was a lot of frayed tempers in the last 7 days. So hopefully this week, as we move sort of a little bit more into calmer waters, where Venus was sitting in Scorpio last week, the planet of love and affection, Venus has now started her transit into Sagittarius. So it's sort of easing off the pressure of the pressure cooker a little bit when it comes to matters of the heart and things that we might need to communicate or talk about with loved ones or family members or people that are close to us. So it's sort of a little bit easier time this week to have that deep and meaningful conversation, or, you know, maybe things not be quite as intense as what they were. But please be aware we still have some very major planetary configurations going on. We've spoken about many times on the show about Saturn holding hands or conjunct Pluto in Capricorn. That's still the case. We still have a lot of official areas or areas of great importance in our life that do need our attention. And I know it seems like it's been a hard going year this year, but it's also been a year of many gains. Because for those of you that have put the hard work in, that have really really focused on their lives and particularly finances and where you want things to go and the things that are important to you, the rewards are slowly starting to pay off. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have a great amount of confidence when you look around the world politically on the world stages with all the turmoil that seems to be in every corner of the globe in that way. But we as individual people, I think, are starting to take responsibility for our own lives, what we're responsible for. And in time, I think we'll then start to look to our politicians and our leaders and say, well, hang on a minute, you guys better wake up to yourselves, because your values, what you're doing isn't in line with what we think as the people. So we could be in for some very interesting times ahead in the next 12 months, 2 years on the political and world stages, as energies and people and situations and decisions and directions will all start to sort of align together. And this is partly the things that we're starting to see now, where we're seeing people protesting in the street about climate change and things that don't suit them. And you go to the UK and they're still arguing over Brexit, whether it's right, wrong or indifferent. They're still in turmoil over that. And I think probably the world seems a little bit smaller now with the advent of social media and all those sort of things. And we've got this instant news cycle 24/7. And I suppose in some ways it sort of feels a little bit like overload, that we sort of just want to switch it off and say, let me just focus on my life and what's going on in my life and what I can control. And maybe that's the best thing that we should be looking at, is sort of peeling back the layers to our own life, looking at what we can take on board, what we can be responsible for, and focus on that. So it's really, really interesting. This week I've chosen the patience candle, and the reasons why I've chosen the patience candle is that I feel we could all do with a little bit more patience. I think there's many times in our lives where we're just so impatient, we want everything to happen yesterday. Well, this is a candle I don't burn that often, but when I do bring it out, it's usually at a time like what we're in at the moment, where there's just so much going on astrologically. And I just sort of feel, look, I want to exhale. I want to bring a little bit of patience. I want to bring a little bit of calmness into my life and around me and for my clients, that it's just one of those times that you can light this candle. It's very delicate in its fragrance, and it's like, oh, good, I can exhale now and I can just be. I can just allow things to sort of formulate in my mind and give me the strength, or give me the patience to be able to deal with people and their bad tempers, or people that are overly emotional because they've got so much going on in their lives. It just gives me that coping mechanism, and hopefully filters through to them that, you know, we can just sort of exhale and let ourselves just breathe. You know, I think sometimes we forget to just be in the moment and just enjoy what's sort of happening. So that leads me on to our famous actress of the week. And we're up to the Capricorn, female Capricorn as far as actresses go. And this week I've chosen an iconic lady who I'm sure that there isn't a person on the planet that doesn't know who I'm about to talk about. She was a real role model, a real go-getter. She was somebody that a lot of young women sort of looked up to and aspired to be like. And I'm speaking about the one and only Mary Tyler Moore. Now, Mary Tyler Moore started her career very young. She wanted to be a dancer, and she was very successful at that to a certain point in time. But it was also then it became more obvious to her that she could probably share her message with the world and who she was and what she stood for in a very dynamic way when she got onto the stage and into films and into television, where people were starting to sort of take notice of her. Here was a very grounded, dynamic, focused young woman who had a message to share. She didn't take any BS from anybody, but at the same time, she was the epitome of a lady, well-mannered, with poise and grace. but she showed women, I think, particularly through her television roles and some of her very dramatic roles in films. And there's one particular movie that I remember seeing her playing the role of a mother of a young son where one of the sons had been killed, and she was sort of ignoring the other son, and he was a teenager and he was getting into trouble and wasn't coping with the grief and the loss of his brother. And the role that she played in that was just so phenomenal. It staggered me that she never won an Academy Award for it. It was brilliant. It was, you know, sort of all the seesaws of emotions that a family would go through after a tragedy, and how we cope or don't cope with things, and how dysfunctional we can be, and how we have to find the new normal. And that was one of the most powerful dramatic roles I'd ever seen Mary in. I mean, for most of us, we will always remember her in the Dick Van Dyke Show, but more importantly, I think in her own show that she went on to have for many, many years called the Mary Tyler Moore Show, which is where I believe Mary really came into her own. She was showing women that we could have a voice, that we could be 20, 30 something, be single, be in a male-dominated career as television was, be a producer, you know, still be single, go dating, have an apartment, have a life, have good friends with Rhoda downstairs and get into all sorts of mischief, and still sort of trying to balance this being single and being independent and in a man's world, but wanting to show the world that she wanted more than just a casual relationship. She wasn't prepared to just settle for something casual. She wanted marriage, which eluded her all the way through the series, but she grew. And I think we all grew with her, knowing that if you put your mind to something and you don't let go of what is important to you morally and emotionally, that you can have great success and you can show people what you really stand for. So that's Mary Tyler Moore. So I hope you've enjoyed our little astrology section on, you know, we're working our way around the zodiac of famous people that I think that have left or leaving an amazing legacy for all of us to look up to. But, you know, Mary really sort of showed, even in her work, the epitome of a Capricorn woman, of being determined, strong, and being very highly principled, and that you work hard and the rewards do come. So we're going to talk to Tayana in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Are you there, Tayana?
Hi, yes, I am.
How can I help you tonight, sweetie? Do you have a question I can work with?
Well, I was wondering if you will be able to connect with a loved one or two that have passed.
Sweetie, in the short space of time that we've got, I can't necessarily guarantee I can connect with who you want to speak to. I prefer to work with a direct question. So if you've got a question for me, if they want to weigh in from the other side, they will, and I will share with you anything that they give us. You've got to understand, we don't have a direct link to be able to just dial up who you wish to speak to. It's all a matter of whether they feel comfortable and are ready to come through. And sometimes they're a little bit shy coming through on such a public forum too. So do you have a question I can work with?
Yes. What do my near future hold? Is it going to get better or is it going to get worse?
Your future or your marriage or both?
My near future. I'm not married. I'm actually
okay, right. Your near future. Sorry, sweetie. I didn't quite understand what you said. Okay, first thing that they're sharing with me is that this year's been not necessarily what I'm going to say the easiest of years for you. It's been 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. It's like you feel like you haven't gained a lot of momentum, and I'm going to say to you that you actually have. Has there been a couple of major things that have come to an end or coming to an end now that you've been working hard on this year to bring to a close?
Yes.
Yeah, well, they're saying to me sort of like this last little bit will seem like the hardest, but we've got to push through that barrier. We really have to push to make it sort of happen. It's really, really positive because what I'm sort of seeing, even though you're sort of not feeling as if you're jumping out of your skin with excitement and you're sort of feeling a little bit tired from everything that you've had to work on this year, that, you know, over the next couple of months, things are going to certainly get a lot easier, but things are going to start to sort of fall into your lap very, very easily. It's interesting because they're showing me that there's a very tall, dark-headed man that's yet, I think, to cross your path, who's going to become very, very important to you. So no one special on the romantic front at the moment?
Well, I do have a boyfriend. He is call about here.
Right. Okay. But has he sort of been a little bit shy in sort of talking about where this relationship's going?
Yes, yes, most definitely, because we are having a lot of problems.
Okay. So do you sort of feel in your heart of hearts that this is worth the effort that you've had to put into this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm not totally convinced that he's the one I'm about to talk about, but I'm not going to argue with you and sort of say, or even argue with those from beyond that are sharing a message with me. I'll give you what they've given me, and then it's up to you to put the pieces together into the jigsaw. And you don't necessarily have to tell me whether it's him or whether it's going to be someone new. But what they were sharing with me was, number one, this beautiful, massive pink heart, which is always meaning that, you know, the romance is good. I had a very tall, dark-headed man with quite a long, sort of oblong sort of looking face. It's very long. And I feel that the eyes are very piercing and very brown. I'm going to say to you, it's almost like he seems to be sort of reorganizing his life. So if this is the current man in your life, I'm going to say that's good, because I feel that he's had sort of a little bit of a wake-up call and it's time to sort of get everything sort of more organized. I also feel that this man's had a lot of emotional issues from childhood that he's had to rise above and sort of put into some sort of perspective, and now sort of leaving that behind. It's not that he's used them as an excuse. It's just that they were sort of there and sort of interfered with things. Well, now that door is being sort of sealed up and shut, and sort of saying, I'm able to go forward now. Also, have you just moved residence? Have you just had a move?
I actually started school in Kentucky recently.
You just did what recently, sweetie?
I just started school in Kentucky recently.
Oh, okay. You just started school. So did that mean that there was a move to go to school in Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay, right, fine. Because they were showing me a move, and they were sort of showing me that you still had sort of question marks around it at whether or not this was the right thing to do. And they were saying to me, yes, it is. It's just sort of like, we've just got to let everything sort of settle. I just sort of feel 2020 is going to be a much brighter, positive year than 2019 was for you, where 2019 was where you had to sort a lot of things out. You had to work out who you were, where you were going, what was important to you. And it's now sort of like, we can see a long way ahead now. Things are going to start to become a lot stronger. There is definitely two people in spirit that are around you, but they didn't sort of really weigh in any way to add anything other than to what I've given you. And they're sort of both just sort of got this lovely smile on their faces, if they've got everything in hand for you, sweetheart. So I hope that helps you. We're going to take our next caller, which is Robin in Brandertown, Florida. Are you there, Robin?
I am, yes.
Do you have a question I can work with tonight,
Hello.
Robin? Hello, Robin.
I was just, yes, can you hear me?
I can, sweetie, yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay,
I can
hi.
hear you,
I
Robin.
was just wondering, okay, I was just wondering if you could tell me anything about future plans for myself.
Okay, so when you say future plans, is there any particular area that you want me to zone in on? Because future plans is a very wide sort of cross-section of your life.
Yes. Like financial, career.
Okay, all right, we can look at that. All right, first thing that they're sharing with me is that they want to give you a big tick. So whatever you've been working on or however you've been sorting things out recently, I'm going to say to you, stay on that path. It's like you're on the road to success. I want to see you continue with that. Have you been sort of contemplating whether or not it's time to change your job? Because I'm seeing question marks around the employment, and I'm seeing to me that it's not settled, like the jury's out on that. I haven't made a final decision yet.
Yes, kind of, in a way. I've been out of work for a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then we don't want to keep you out of work. So there will be a sort of, okay, the question mark around that is then probably, are you looking to go back into the same type of employment that you were previously in, or have you been questioning whether or not it's time to branch out into something slightly different?
Whether it's time to branch out into something different.
Yeah, well, that's where I think it's the most strongest. I'd like to see you sort of, you know, like if you've always been a nurse, it's no point in saying, well, I'm going to go off and work in a retail store, but it could be a different branch of nursing. I'm just using that as an example. So I think it's time to look at your core skill set and then look at what we can add to that or how we can manifest that in a slightly different way to give you something that's a little bit more exciting and interesting as far as the job. I'm seeing a job fairly quickly, sweetie, within the next couple of weeks, but I'm going to say to you it's only going to start out as a temporary or a casual position. I don't want you to turn it down on the strength of that and think, oh, well, it's only 2 weeks' work. That's not much help to me. I really need a proper job, because I feel it's going to lead into an offer of something very permanent. So I want you to sort of take it if it feels right. I do think it's something that you had applied for a job with this company recently and never heard anything, and sort of crossed that off the list, that they didn't even have the manners to say that your application wasn't successful. I know that they should have done that, but I feel that the actual original position that you applied for didn't end up being filled anyway. It was sort of like they changed their mind in the end and reorganised or rejigged the position to be sort of something different. And I think then they tried to sort of maybe sort of disperse it between a number of other people that worked there to sort of, you know, even remove the position altogether. Well, now they've come back to the conclusion that they do need somebody there, but they're sort of looking at whether or not they only need them, you know, for a couple of weeks to sort of sort this out, or whether it's going to lead into a full-time position. So I actually feel that you'll be the first person on their list that they'll phone and offer you a couple of weeks' work if you're interested. And provided it feels right to you, I think take it with and grab it with both hands and go for it, because I feel it will lead into a proper permanent role for you. And, you know, it's sort of like you've got 2 weeks' work and then they offer you another 2 weeks' work, and it goes on like that for a little while until we get into the new year. And then sort of, I think, between the last 2 or 3 weeks of January, first week of February, I think then that's when they're going to offer you a more permanent role, which is good. So has there also been some changes to where you're living too, Robin? Have you been sort of clearing out the closets or something in your time off, getting yourself organised?
I have been. Yes, I have been. I've been.
Yeah, but that's good.
Yes, go ahead.
They're doing a lot of clearing. Yeah, I was just going to say, you've been doing a lot of clearing and sort of thinking and letting things come in and out of your mind, and sort of what you don't need you've tossed, and what you've needed to look at you've looked at. That's good, because this is all part of the changes that are going on around you, Robin, that you've been given this time to be able to sort of sort everything out in your life, not just clearing the closets out, but sort of looking at a lot of old emotional stuff as well. And that's sort of all sort of disappearing. From about March next year, I think there's going to be sort of almost like a completely brand new direction, a new path that you'll be treading on. Like you'll already have the new job. You've done all your clearing. I don't see any reason to move, but it's like a real shift in who you are and what you want out of your life. And it's like all of a sudden, it's like you know exactly where you're going, what you want, who you want to take with you and who you don't want to take with you. So don't be surprised if over the next few months, some of your friendships, you'll sort of think, gee, I don't know that I have anything in common with that person anymore. I don't know that I'll necessarily pursue that or encourage that friendship. Do you know what I mean? I won't be rude to them, but if they don't ring me, I won't ring them, sort of thing. And it's sort of like getting you ready for this whole new phase in your life, which I think is going to be very exciting, Robin, where you're moving into a much stronger direction. It's like you're listening to your intuition, but your intuition's just become automatic. It's like I don't have to stop and think about how I feel or how I want something to be. I just know. And that's a good thing. It took you a long time to get there. And I think it also took you a long time to say no too, Robin, that you don't have to be everything to everybody.
Correct. Yeah.
And that's good. That's really good.
Yeah. Yes. Do you see anything health-wise?
Health's one of those tricky areas, Robin, by, you know, country laws and things like that, we're not really able to discuss it. But what I can tell you is, energetic-wise, I think your energy is starting to become a lot stronger, a lot clearer. You're really listening to your body. You've gone away from sort of trying to follow the sheep and do what everybody else is doing to just listening to what Robin needs. You know, like if you're tired, you sit down. If you feel like you want to go for a walk, you go for a walk. You're sort of not so obsessed with what's trendy you need to put in your body. It's what you know that your body needs. You know, you're listening to yourself. And I think that's a good thing, because I sort of see your health just getting better and better and better, and you feeling so much more energized, which is wonderful. So that's where we've got to leave it, Robin. We're coming to the end of the show. So I hope everybody has an absolutely fantastic week, and please don't forget to keep California and Los Angeles in our prayers with those fires, and let's pray for rain, that it rains and they can sort of start to the big process of cleaning up. And next week, of course, we'll have our Simply Tarot card of the week, the candle of the week, and we'll have our little glimpse and trip around the universe. So until next week, be kind to each other. Make sure that you have your listening ears on during this Mercury retrograde. 24th of the month is when Mercury goes direct again. But so until then, bye for now.
G'day, Tonya Reeves, Australian Psychic Cowgirl. I'm coming at you from a little place near Bright. We've got the reception here's a little bit remains to be seen, so we'll see how we go with readings. If I can't get your information clearly, I will connect in with your name and just give you the information that I get. And yeah, if I don't get a response, I'll know why. So anyway. We are up here today. There's a big rod run this weekend in Bright. So we've got heaps of classic cars. There'll be cars everywhere. I'll get a lot of footage that I'll share on my page of some amazing cars. And amazingly enough, we're here in Southern Australia, but there's a massive amount of American cars that'll be getting around this weekend. So we're all Ford fanatics in our family. So I'm actually sitting here in a Crown Victoria, a 1956 50s classic American car, and she's just been on the road for a couple of weeks. She was imported. I'm pretty sure it's a Californian car, but I might be wrong there. But yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it was California. So yeah, we're pretty rapt to be able to have these amazing cars over here. And as Aussies, we love the American classic cars, and yeah, we don't have any problems driving on with the steering wheel on the other side of the fence. For us, it's quite interesting. It's a little bit different to what we used to, but yeah, it's a bit of fun. And I often sit there, and I'm sitting like I am now on the passenger side, and sometimes I'll go to put my foot down, if my partner's driving, I'm like, oh, I'm going to brake, because you're just mentally in that side of the car that you're so used to driving with. So yeah, it's a bit of fun. So we're going to have a really great weekend, always a good weekend up here in Bright. It's one of my most favourite places, and it's just been great having that, being able to look forward to a weekend away and also incorporating a bit of fun and connecting with you guys on the radio. So hopefully I can come through loud and clear and you can understand me and I'm not too fuzzy. That remains to be seen. So anyway. It's really miserable weather here. We've actually had a real turn of cold weather, but we have had rain, so we need the rain, so we're not complaining. We're just going, you know what, let's put the jackets on and get on with it. So, yeah, so hopefully in some of the really, really dry parts of Australia where the farmers are, they can get some rain as well. That would be so nice to see and, give them a bit of a boost as well. So this week, oh my God, is everyone still reeling from snapping it into November? Because I sure am. It was interesting. I kept getting shown unicorns for some reason. They're so left of field for me. Or, yeah, they're around and I'm aware of them, but not something that's really common for me to connect in with. And then it was funny, I was chatting to a fellow medium, Jacinta, who her and I run some workshops, and I was saying to her, I keep getting unicorns, and we're like laughing and going, oh, that's fun. And then, then she shared something from a lovely lady called Diana, I can't think of her surname, and she does all the angel work. Oh, I've just had a mental blank on her surname. She's well known anyway, but yeah, she was actually had a whole write-up Jacinta shared with me about unicorns and what they represent. And, you know, she also had on her blog information about November being a time to clear out what's no longer serving us, a time to let go of stuff we don't need anymore, and also time to get the manifesting happening. So it's a big month for let go of what you don't want to make room for what you do want, and be really clear about what it is you want, because there's going to be, you know, it feels energetically like we can really bring things to us quite quickly. But in saying that, I've had a few people contact me with trying to bring things, you know, into their, I suppose, into their universe, and we're feeling a bit frantic with it, so we have to let it go. So if you're really willing something and taking all your time obsessing about it, let it go. Put it out to the universe and say, yep, that's what I expect and that's what I want, but I'm going to let it go and I'm going to allow you to deliver it as it needs to be delivered. So don't forget that. We need to let it go. The more desperate energy we put to something, you know, the more we push it away from us. So it's good to be aware of that. Okay, I'm going to go on to my first caller, Denise in the Bronx, New York. Denise, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was sleeping. I was sleeping. I was getting ready to go to work.
All right, so we're going to do a snapping reading for you prior to you heading off to work. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, Denise, actually, it's funny, most of my callers that ring in here are quite spiritual, but you have that around you in droves. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say you're really good at manifesting things, and you get visions of things. You actually get shown a lot of things prior to them happening, and it's really great because it kind of, you get when I say forewarned or shown, the things that are presented to you are relevant to you in the future. So it's really great you get the insights. Make sure you stop and take note of them. There's something around at the moment where you've come to a fork in the road and there's decisions that need to be made. And I just want to say, because they're showing me, it's like, tell her to listen, tell her to take notice. You've had a few things that have almost been like hiccups that have come up. Like, so it's almost like you're traveling along the road and you've had things coming at you left of centre. They are there to slow you down and make you look at things differently.
Okay.
All right. Because there's something about you have to slow down to speed up. And it's like, as frustrating as that is, because I feel like I want to say Denise is not patient like the rest of us. We want it yesterday.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
We don't want to wait, but what they're showing me is that we just need to take a deep breath and almost like consolidate, because what you're feeling is coming to you, but it's going to be in a different way. So it's almost like you might be thinking, I need to do this, that, and something else, and it's going to happen, but it's like they're showing me just take a deep breath and trust, because you're going to be shown and it will be presented to you slightly different to what you're thinking. So that's why you're being held up.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's good. Okay.
And there's also an offer around work for you. So there's something around an offer for work. So be open to that. And I want you to say yes to that.
Yes.
Yep. Okay?
Yeah.
So don't be scared.
Yeah.
Don't be scared. And there's also, quickly, I know you've got to go, so I won't keep you, but there's also a baby or a child coming around. So I don't know whether you already know about this, but I feel like we're having there's a little girl around somewhere that fits for you.
Okay. A little girl.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, just look out. Let me know. I love to hear, all right? So take care.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day at work, and I will talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, I'm going on to my second caller, Gidget in Washington, Michigan. Gidget, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I hope you really good, thanks. Oh, you've got a really sweet voice. Okay, connecting with you straight up, Gidget, there's been some kind of, I feel like we've been through this year for you, there was something that's happened that's pulled things apart. So it's like you were travelling along quite well, and then there's been a bit of a shake-up with your situation. I feel like I'm going to home life. What's the big change?
My brother passed away.
Okay, yeah, and it was a bit of a shock, yeah?
Yeah, well, he was sick, but yeah.
Yep. So, and of course, being a family member, it's really hard when you know, they've been around and then suddenly aren't. You and him had a really close connection too, I feel like, and I want to say there's a cheekiness around him where he is letting you know that he's still around. So it's like, I want to say he's showing you the signs.
I'm not sure what they could be, though. I'm struggling.
Yeah, okay. Can I ask, because I feel like I want to say he's got a bit of a cheeky grin. So did he, like there's something around a sense of humour in amongst him?
I'm sorry, what was that?
There's something around a sense of humour. Did he have a bit of I want to say like a wicked sense of humour? Does that fit for him?
Yeah, he cracks some jokes.
Yeah. So it's like that's how he's coming into you, because he doesn't want to see you sad. And I feel like that was him in life, is he was always the one to say, come on, you've got this. He was like your cheerleader, I want to say. And it's like he's showing me that is the case also in spirit. There's something around, have you planted something for him, or where does because I feel like I'm digging in the garden. There's some reference that he's showing me to that.
There's no garden yet, but my parents planted, he received a gifted bench in his honor that we're going to be planting a garden around.
Yeah, cool, because it's like he's just acknowledging, and often when they do that, he's just letting you know, I'm aware of that, I can see that that's happening, and, you know, that's his, I suppose, part of his evidence to say he's around and he's all-seeing with what's happening. He's also referencing, do you have a son, or where does the boy fit in?
He has a grandson.
Okay, there's a boy that is really struggling since he's passed, and it's just like he wants to he wants to give him a hug, and it's like I feel like he connects with him as much as the child might not fully get that. It's like he's acknowledging, he's putting his arm around him, and he's aware of his struggle, but it's like he's there stepping in for him, and he wants you to know that.
Okay.
All right. He's also showing
Do you
me this.
know the age range of the boy?
Well, I feel like I want to go to the vision or the imprint and impression that I'm getting with this boy would be primary school, but I feel like I want to go to, I don't know, maybe we call it over here grade 3. What would that be, about 8 or it's somewhere? I feel like this boy's tall for his age, so I might be getting the number wrong, but he looks a little bit older than what he actually is. So I'm not sure whether he's 6 or 8 or something around that is what he's showing me. And it's like he's putting his arm around his shoulder. So there's a reference to whether he used to do that, they'd walk along together. He's got his arm around his shoulder and kind of holding him up. And it's like he's showing me that as a memory and a connection still to him. So this might even be what he's showing me. Sometimes they can show me the child younger. Like he might be a bit older now than what he's showing me, but this is his memory.
He could be showing a memory?
Yes, yep, definitely.
Okay. All right. That could be his son then.
Yeah, because it's like it's important. I feel like there's, of course, with him passing, there's always a struggle, but he wanted me to reference this boy that he had a close connection with that is really struggling, but he wants to get that message through that I'm around, and he's letting him know. And there's some reference to a car. I feel like I'm in a car that's that's connected to your brother, that is connected to the sun as well? Because I'm getting shown like my car here, so there's something around cars.
He had a truck that he loved.
Yep. And is his son got that now?
No, his daughter does.
Okay. All right. Well, there's some reference to that. So it's almost like if they're feeling like that they can't connect to him, go and sit in the car. So go and sit in the truck. It's like, it's that, that feeling of him still being around. And sometimes when we go back to that the essence of who he was and bringing through back, the impressions of him, I should say. He also wants to say to you, it's time for you to step up. So he's showing me, unfortunately, he can't be here in the physical world to see this happen, but there's something for you where you're going to step into your personal power, and he's making me aware that he will be part of this.
Okay.
All right. So it's like, it's almost like the way he's got a cheeky smile. It's like, push her, tell her I'm pushing her. So I feel like this is something that you really want to do, but you're holding yourself back, and it's a little bit like I'm not feeling confident about it, but he's showing me, tell her, don't worry, I'm up here in spirit. I will be there. I will be there supporting her.
Okay. Just got to figure that out then.
There's an opportunity coming. 2020 is going to be big for you.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, he's up there telling me that, that's the case. So normally when they come through like that, it's like, get ready. So if you're not 100% what that is yet, there's some big things happening. There's going to be opportunities. And, I feel like for you, I'm changing direction, and I'm going to be doing what I've always wanted to do. So this is about your passion. This is about something that maybe you've weighed up and gone, I don't think I can do that because of X, Y, or Z. But it's like he's showing me that you will be successful at it, and he's up there to make things happen.
Thank you.
Okay, because you've got this. And I really feel like in what he's showing me is the only thing holding you back is your lack of belief in yourself. But he's showing me all that you have. You're quite talented. You just don't realise it.
I'll agree with that. I just don't know what I'm talented about.
Yeah. Well, for you, you've got a few things up your sleeve. So I do have to say, what he's showing me is you've done a few different things, and it's you will be taking bits and pieces from what you've done and bringing it, into your next role. Now, there's something about being creative with this, because I feel like this, what he's showing me, I'm getting creative, and I'm creating things. So I feel like that's the direction that you're going to be going into.
Okay. Interesting.
Interesting. What is around moving too? Is there something around location or because I feel like he's showing me somebody's moving. Is that you moving?
I am not moving. His daughter's moving into their house with his widow.
Yeah. Okay. So you're definitely not moving that, because I feel like I want to go to you.
Where am I moving?
Yeah, I think that someone's going to come up and you're going to make a decision to move.
You said someone.
This is like, you're going to be changing things up. This is part of with you stepping into your personal power. So are you single at the moment, can I ask?
I am, yes.
Okay, all right, yeah. So, and where does the connection, there's something around, he's showing me, so you're in a long-term relationship and that like recently separated, or over the last 12 months, is something around the two of you not really, it's like he's showing me you didn't quite fit.
It's been 3 years since I've been with someone.
Okay, so it's been a while, so it's longer than that. Well, it's like there's somebody else that's going to step up for you that's going to be quite different to your ex, or when you're in your last long-term relationship, and it's almost like this opportunity. Yeah, you've learnt your lesson there, because that's gone. But it's like this part of you stepping into doing what you want to do will also bring that true you. So it's like, I've got new opportunities. I do see you moving next year. I feel like you're going to make a decision and go, you know what, I'm going to move and change things up, and it's going to be for the good. And you know, it's quite surprising. It's like an opportunity is going to come around, and you will be like, yeah, I'm doing this for me. So it's like, it's time for you, and because it is about that for you next year. It's time for you to step up into what you need to be doing, and I'm not going to be influenced by everyone else, you know, which is a common thing that as humans we do that, but for you it's like, it's now or never. I'm a bit done with just existing, and I'm ready to take that. It's almost like for you, you're going to be taking the leap of faith.
Okay.
All right, so just start to get that in your mind and have that realization that there's going to be big changes, and I'm going to be comfortable with that. And I know that I'm well guided, because it's like you will be. It's quite an exciting time coming up, and you're meeting the man. This man stepping in is loyal. He's got all the qualities that you would require in somebody, and it's like you will look back and go, I don't know, I wasted my time with the others, but for whatever reason, the timing had to come with this one that will be stepping in. So it's like he's been through his stuff, you've been through yours, and then we come together, and it's a great union. And he is going to be like your best friend as well as your partner. It's great.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So, you know, sometimes we get a little bit disheartened, or we lack that belief in that happening. But I want to say to you, just connect with that feeling of, you know, and I'm not telling you something you don't know, because there's something around, you've had this feeling deep down is what Spirit is showing me, and it's just believing it and going, okay, I'm not sure how the universe is going to deliver it, but they are going to deliver, you know, exactly what it is you want. So for me, I would be writing down the traits you want in this new man, the qualities and things that you would look for, and yeah, exactly. And the same with this work. And I almost feel like when sometimes we don't know what we want to do, all we need to put down is some affirmations saying, I love what I do, I make great money doing what I love, you know, I'm in because I feel like for you too, this is really flexible what you're going to go into. And it's like I've got more time, and, you know, it's a flexible time schedule, so I can fit things in that I want to be doing.
Okay. So how do you see my financial future?
Well, that's where this will step up. So it's like there's something around, just as you've said that, what's the debt that's being paid out? Well, there's something being paid out at the moment.
Paid down my mortgage?
Yeah. It's like there's something that's going to be, it's almost like I want to, well, it's like, yeah, it's like you're paying off something, right, that might feel like it's going to take forever, but they're showing me it's going to be quicker than you think. So, you know, sometimes we think, oh, my God, I've got to pay this massive amount. It's like, don't worry about it. It will become easier, and you'll pay it off quicker than you think.
Okay. So it will be like a contract for 2020.
Yeah, definitely. Big changes for you. And, you know, I feel like just the fact that your brother's there in spirit to help guide you, and he wants to bring you all that you deserve. And he had a lot of faith in you, and, you know, he still does. And that's why he stepped in for the reading today to go, right, let's you know, let's open up you to the realm of possibility of exactly what you can bring to the table here, because it's great. You know, you've got the potential there. You don't have to do anything. We just have to step into it.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, please trust that. But I definitely see, and I'm just questioning him a little bit more about where you're moving. And I want to say I'm moving closer to, now, my geography when it comes to America is really bad, so please forgive me, but I'm moving to where there's a body of water. I'm on a coast. I feel like I'm heading where there's water around, and I feel like I'm going to waves more so than a still body of water. But
okay, you are not the first person to tell me that.
Oh, good. So, yeah, so be open to that. And again, sometimes just looking around at what's available in that area for work and all that kind of thing. And what that does, it just speaks to the universe and to say, I'm ready for a bit of a change here. And I feel like for you, the water component is where you connect. So you connect. For you, it's like if I'm by the water, I'm like, oh, I'm so peaceful. I'm like, I can breathe. So
Yes.
I feel like, yeah, so it's like, why not live near there? And then you can do that every day, because that's what I feel like will be important for you. It's like, cool.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, so, again, get some pictures. Like I love vision board is a great one. Get some pictures of areas that you might really love. You don't have to overthink about how you're going to do it or how it's going to happen, but we're just going to put it out to the universe. I've got a lovely gentleman stepping in who is, there's a real soul connection. So you're going to meet him and know who he is. And I do feel like, again, it's 2020. So I feel like we need you to do the work over the next, November, December. Start getting that manifesting gear, let's rev up I'm going to manifest all this to come, ready to then take the leap next year. And it's like you'll get the signs leading up to Christmas, so you'll know that you're on the right track.
Okay.
All right. And your brother's very matter of fact, so he's not going to make it hard for you to pick up the signs at all.
Okay, I just was hoping I would have one by now.
Yeah, well,
some sign from him that he's around.
Yeah, I feel like you have it. It might be you're either overlooking, and missing the finer things. He's very unique in his manner, so I feel like he would come through differently compared to, a lot of spirits with signs. We get feathers, we get, there's the standard things, but he's a little bit different, and I feel like there's a quirkiness to him, so it's going to be a little bit different to our standard, run-of-the-mill signs from spirit. I do want to say there's something connected to a nighttime. I feel like I want to go outside and have a look at the stars, and I feel like that's where you will get a strong connection with him. So whether we're talking shooting stars or just being able to capture things of a night, I feel like he's showing me is relevant.
He was an outdoorsman. He loved hunting and being outside.
Yep. So that's what you're going to connect with him. And I feel like he's showing me that because he wants you to get outside more. So it's like that's relevant for you as well.
Okay.
Okay. So looking at where the stars are and the different signs. So, you can ask him, take the time to say, okay, come on, I want a really clear sign, but then also make sure you disconnect from the distractions so that you can take notice. So what that means is in a daily routine, rather than having music or television on, turn everything off, allow yourself to sit in silence, allow yourself to look around. Don't be, like sometimes we tend to be on our phone or we're doing things. Take time to look around, to check out nature. As you're outside, you will see the signs. I guarantee you that. All right, now I've got to wrap up, but please let me know. I'm on Facebook, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. Let me know, because I guarantee you, within the next week and a half, you'll have a sign.
Okay.
All right?
I hope so.
I'll put money on that. I'll put money on that. So,
I'm looking for you, Tanya.
Please do that. I love to get feedback, and I think it's...
Where am I looking for you?
On Facebook, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, or Instagram, either of those. When you look back on this, you'll see at the bottom my business name. So, yeah, you can look it up if you forget. So, yeah, keep me posted. I'd love to hear. All right, I'm going to wrap up here from country Victoria in an American classic car. Thank you guys for listening, and I hope the sound's not been too bad. All right, thank you very much. See you same time, same place next week. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hey, cats and kittens. This is Carrie Lyons, P-E-R-I-L-Y-O-N-S, New York City celebrity psychic. I'm really glad to see you here. And before we do the fabulous tarot weather, I want to talk a little about something I've been seeing in my practice and then recently in my personal life, it's this thing about a narcissistic partner. And, I'm smart. I've done a lot of stuff, but some stuff I'm good about. And I thought I knew at this age all the signs and all the markers. And I've been talking to a lot of my friends, male and female, who've been going through something similar. Let me start from the top. Here's the thing. This culture right now promotes a huge amount of sort of narcissism. And narcissism is not what people think is like, oh, they really love themselves. No, it's the exact opposite. And the story of Narcissus, it's a Greek myth about a young man who was so beautiful, and that he'd never seen himself because they didn't have many mirrors in ancient Greece. So one day he was passing by a little still lake, and he looked into it, and he saw his own reflection, and it was so beautiful that he was transfixed, and he could never move from that spot, or didn't want to, because he just kept looking at the reflection and saying to the reflection, "Oh, you lovely creature, who are you? Who are you?" And there's this nymph. There's always a nymph, right? There was this nymph who followed him because she was in love with him, and back then they didn't call it stalking. Nymphing, I don't know what they called it. Her name was Echo. And there was a spell put on them by a passing goddess, because passing goddesses do that sort of thing. So for the rest of time, Narcissus was gazing into this little mirror lake, right? And at his own reflection, couldn't look away. And all he could say is, "Who are you?" And Echo would say, "Who are you?" He'd say, "You're so beautiful." And Echo would say, "You're so beautiful." Imagine after the first 100 years or so, this got tedious, but Greek myths they're not big in sequels. So the tragedy of this, symbolism of this, is that Narcissus doesn't know who he is. So he keeps gazing at his own reflection, at what the world tells him, because he doesn't have a true sense of self. So narcissists need what's called narcissistic supply, which is not like Purina narcissist and kibble. It's not like something you just go out and get them. It usually comes from, they need a partner. They don't want to be alone. And this is what they often do. They want what's called love bomb this partner. Being courted by a narcissist is so fabulous, although they usually don't pay. Narcissists will tell you that you understand them like nobody else has. They understand you. You have a special kind of beauty that he understands, which they tend to tell the women over 40, naming their names. And so that's a narcissist will love bomb, and you'll get a supply, and everything you do will be perfect, and you will walk on air. Here's the problem with walking on air. Watch an old cartoon with Wile E. Coyote on it, where he goes off the cliff, and he's walking on air for a while, and then suddenly he looks down. Boom! So there comes a moment, and hi, Amanda in Bardier. I'll be with you in 5 minutes, okay? So there comes a moment. Sure, nice to see you. There comes a moment with narcissists where they get used to you being like that poor nymph Echo, where you're trying to always make them happy by complimenting them or by encouraging them, and then they get bored. And what happens is they've sort of squeezed up that supply. It's kind of, and the other thing is you usually have to walk in eggshells around them, because if you don't say how great they are, if you say, hey, you know what, you're not always listening to me, like, you don't ask me, they tend to get very angry. You're so insensitive. How could you do that? So then what happens over a month or 6 years, whatever, is the narcissist starts to devalue the partner. So the stuff that used to be really attractive and amusing, so the narcissist is suddenly totally criticizing you for. Your freedom, that's not freedom, that's just irresponsibility. Or your grace or your height, I find petite women sort of more interesting and attractive. Whatever. The thing that he's first love bombed you with is then going to be the thing he devalues you for. Especially when he thinks there's another source of narcissistic supply on the horizon, which might have more status or be younger, might even be a great job. And what he does, or she does, is she will just completely, you'll become a non-person. He or she will give you the silent treatment, like you're not even worth explaining things to. They'll also do something called gaslighting, which is where they just twist the truth and they tell you that something is true, and you're like, no, that's crazy. And sometimes you might even slap them because they're trying to provoke this response so they can say, look at you, I told you you're crazy and violent, I'm leaving. And usually when a narcissist leaves, it's like, that's it. Sometimes they won't take your clothes, they'll just vanish and you're dead to them. So I've been seeing a lot of this. I fell for it myself recently. I thought I was so smart. So just so you know, you might want to look up narcissists, and if you meet somebody who really love bombs you, and says, I'll always be there for you, I'm going to marry you tomorrow, you're my dream woman, just step back and see what their actions say, and also see if they're interested in you after a certain point, or if they give you space to have their own emotions. Because what narcissists hate most of all is that other people have emotions, and the narcissist can't control that. So that's your public service announcement from me. I'm going to get, it's Amanda, right?
Yes, it's Amanda. Yeah, okay. I'm still on the line.
What? Nice to see you. Thanks for being so patient. No
problem.
I hope you can hear me. My iPad just bit the dust. This is sort of a little replacement. Psychics and technology. Not so much. All right, darling.
I can hear you well.
Okay. So tell me your birthday. That's how I connect to people.
My birth date is March 23rd, 1987.
Oh, cool. Aries. We love Aries here. I'm a March baby too, but a little earlier. Okay. You're smart and well balanced, even when you don't think you are. You're shy and reserved. Yep, it's lovely. You have a nice kind of emotional elegance to you. So, what can I help you with today, babe?
I was hoping for medium reading, connecting with my past son.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did he have a K name? A K in his name? Like, not Kevin, but something with a K? Or what was his first name?
It was Cyrus. Cyrus was his first name.
Cyrus. Oh, I'm sorry. I was seeing the C as close. Oh, God. And when did he pass?
On October 23rd, 2018.
I'm so sorry. It wasn't, I don't want to get too much into something that might be privacy, but I'm not getting the feeling it was an illness. I get the feeling it was either self-inflicted violence or some sort of crash. He's a little embarrassed about how he went, so he's not showing it to me.
And you might be embarrassed because it has to do with the fact that he did have pneumonia, was waked in the bathtub and had a seizure and passed away.
Had what? Pneumonia, what?
He was in the bathtub.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's awful. I had my friend last year passed like that too. I really like him. He's okay. He's coming in. Give me a second. It's a funny thing to ask. Did he have dimples or a dimple or a slightly round face?
He had a very round little face and a bright smile.
The smile is what I was just going to say. And did he like creative things, musical theater or anything like that? Or
he loved to dance.
He's what?
He did love to dance.
Yes, I'm getting creativity. Do you mind if I ask, was he gay?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I'll speak up. Is it possible that he might have been gay?
He was just 16 and a half months old.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the end of your sentences. Say it a little louder.
Oh, sorry. He was 16 and a half months old when he passed.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, because he wasn't... I got 16 years for me. I can't... The kid's dying is so tragic that that's hard for me to pick up. Forgive me.
No problem.
God, now I feel like such an idiot. I'm so sorry. I usually don't do medium work, but this felt important. Here's what I know about him then, because... Okay. People tend to present, no matter what age they passed, they tend to present at about 25 or 30, whether they were 90, whether they were 3 months old. So what I got was this shiny-faced, beautiful boy with these gorgeous eyes and a smile just to live for, who seemed to know that he didn't have much time here. He wasn't he was fussy at first when he had colic when he was little, but there was something about him that was a little kind of not of this world. He was, and when you looked in his eyes, you didn't see a baby Gaga. You saw a person looking back. Not that babies aren't people, but you know what I mean? It's like there was a whole...
Yeah, it was a real old soul.
Is that true?
Yeah, he was like an old soul. And he had very luminous eyes.
He had luminous eyes.
He often drew the attention of people to him.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, that was a baby you couldn't walk down the street with, because people would just I'm sorry. This is I can't imagine what his parents are going through. He was there as a blessing for them, which sounds crazy in light of what happened. Because of stuff I've experienced in the last 15 years, I can tell you that love is eternal, souls are eternal, personality is eternal, and people that we love stay with us. They just do. And there's some sort of almost karmic gift or blessing. He came down, he touched the earth, and he healed something in both of his parents. Either they got back together or somebody might have physically healed. I'm sorry, in his vicinity, during his time on Earth. Was that his grandmother?
His grandmother for what?
It feels like he was a very healing presence. So during his time on Earth, it feels like he was a conduit for healing energy. So people around him got either emotionally, spiritually, or physically healed. It feels to me like a female relative of his who had been quite ill actually got better for a while when he was around. Is that true? Was that his grandmother or great-grandmother?
I don't know of anybody being in sickness. I am sorry, his mom, and like his dad and I were having lots of hard times when it was because of him that we stayed together.
Maybe that's it.
And like he was my light in the day.
Yeah.
To be able to want to keep on going on in life. It's kind of funny how your little thing that you were talking about just before we got on the line there, but his dad is a narcissist.
Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, his dad is very much like the guy I was just specifically talking about. Very charming.
Yeah.
Utterly, I mean, just dead inside, and a real liar. I hope his mother is getting the help. I know she is, because she's very lovable. Often narcissists attract very empathic people to them, or in my case, suckers. You can tell, if you want to tell his mother this for me, sorry, it feels like there's somebody on her side of the family, a generation or two before, who is female, who passed younger than she should have. Maybe an aunt or a great aunt, something like that. So he's hanging out with relatives up there. I mean, I hate to say, like, he's happy and he's with Jesus, but in fact, he is happy, and he is he is with an eternally loving, protective spirit that loves and knows him personally. He just is. And, oh boy, I'm terribly sorry for your loss. He's especially with his mother. He's always with his mother, but she thinks like, oh, I'm going crazy. He can't really be here. I must. Love is eternal. He's very protective of her. I mean, she loves him more than anything. And she will feel him around her left side and back of her neck. She will also see signs that he's around. I want to say birds or feathers, but anything with a star on it too, like a picture of a star.
Yeah.
And he will also move stuff mischievously. He had a stuffed toy, I think in the shape of a giraffe. If it's not a giraffe, it's a very weird-looking dog that is going to move around a lot. It's going to sort of like, what's this doing here? That was just over there. He will do some small stuff, kind of mischievous little boy stuff, to show her that he's there. And anytime she answers, the other thing is, whenever his mom sang to him, or put on the, God, listen to radio, there were a couple of songs that he just totally dug. So, any time she sings, he will be, I don't think I can do this, I'm sorry. He will be singing with her, and she will feel that. And if she can, there's some things you just don't get over, but what you can do is recognize the truth and the love that's there and open yourself up to feel it without feeling like you're going crazy. The other thing is, he had a special, like, I don't know if there's an angel picture in his room, but there was an angel that he felt kind of attached to, or people associated with him. Probably an archangel, either Raphael, Michael, or, you know that picture of the guardian angel and the two little kids? It's like the guardian angel picture. She's behind them, the two little kids in the dark road. To me, it always looks like angels that push them off. But anytime she sees that picture, something like that, that's a sign. There are signs that she'll start to notice. I'm sorry to go on and on. It's just...
I think that she does notice, and she has had a few different things that have happened around the house that have made her feel connected to him.
Like what?
Like finding white feathers in unexpected places.
There's some birds. Yeah. Yeah.
And like light bulbs that aren't actually burnt out, they're just being twisted out a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I believe that because of him passing in the tub, like there's puddles of water that are in unexpected places.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, angel pictures of stars. It's like a cartoony star. Pictures of that guardian angel painting. And does she want to have another child? I mean, I'm not saying, oh, she has another kid, it'd be all better. But does she want to have another child?
Not to my understanding. Cyrus did have a little brother who is just 11 months younger than him.
Yeah, wow. She's going to be okay. Her life is going to change enormously. I mean, not just because of this. In the next year or two, I think she's going to go back to school and get some sort of skill that gives her security, and she's got a big life change. And you are a terrific friend. I wish we lived closer, because I think you're great. And I really do. You're an empathetic, strong, lovely, caring person. Most people, when they get on this show, they just want to know about the love life. The fact that you've used your time here to talk about something in such a caring, loving way. The world is a better place because of you. And I want you to just remember that, okay? Because next year is going to be awesome for you. But please keep in touch. You're welcome.
Absolutely. I really appreciate your time and energy.
Well, you have my full attention. You can get in touch with me on Perry Lyons on Facebook. I'm still catching up with stuff because I'm getting over pneumonia, but please do. I want to know how you're doing, and she can get in touch with me if she'd like. I'll give her free 15 minutes. All right.
Okay.
God bless. Thank you for calling. And to all my, thank you. To all my cherished viewers, the people, this is kind of a sacred space, and not because of me, but because of you guys. And I just am really grateful that you allow me to have this connection. And so go forth and have a terrific week. And remember, you're the only one of you that ever was or ever will be. And so give that gift. And don't be bad girl. But remember, your presence in other people's lives is a gift. God bless you, my dears.
and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I think we're going to have a wonderful show. We're going to have two callers that are going to call in, which are going to be wonderful. And now I thought what we could talk about today, before we have our callers come in, is what we could talk about today is actually how what the purpose is of our life, and what is the meaning of our life, and do we come to learn our lessons, or do we come to help people? And so this is something that I thought we could sort of cover, which is quite an interesting topic. So the big question is, if you're listening, is why are you here? What have you come to learn? Now, it's quite a complicated subject, and so I'm going to try and make it fairly simple. And it can be made simple. It can be simple and as complicated as you want. But so what I'm trying to say here is that, first of all, we come here because we have a reason. And so whatever that reason is, we will be looking to fulfill that reason. Now, it may be that in a lifetime that we've had, or perhaps the previous lifetime, or the one before that, who knows, but in a lifetime that you've had, you perhaps, let's hypothesize for a moment, and I'm not suggesting that any one of you have done this, but let's say you've done something that hasn't been so good. And it may be that you need to come back to this lifetime to perhaps learn the error of your ways, so that your soul understands and knows what you've done and how you can put things right. Let's say that it may be that you've come to help somebody who's going to have a challenging, difficult life, because we can't do things on our own. The other thing is, let's say that we've come to this lifetime because we need to learn something about sickness, or we need to learn to help people and be healing. And so we may be a doctor or a nutritionist or a medicinal, something in medicinal in some way. But whoever we are and whatever we're doing, we're not alone on this earth plane, because in addition to us coming to perhaps help other people and to give to other people, we are also looking to help people. So we're helping people, but there are people in the spirit world that are going to be helping us, because ultimately they don't want us to fail. They want us to succeed. So they will do everything they possibly can to steer us in the right direction and help us in whatever we have to do and whatever we're learning on this path. And so I think that's quite sort of interesting, sort of why we've come. And sometimes we can have numerous people helping us in the spirit world, depending on what we're doing. And sometimes we might just have one or two. But the point is that we will always have people in the spirit world helping us. Now, some of them will be people from our soul group or higher evolved souls, or some of them may be actually family and relatives that will be helping us and guiding us, because they have that love link. They have that love that they want to share with us, and they want to help us in whatever way we can. So that's sort of like a little interesting fact that I was thinking about, and I've been thinking about that for a couple of weeks actually. But let's move on to the callers, and I believe we have Nikki in Cumberland, Maryland, USA. Are you there, Nikki?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hello, Nikki. And how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I'm here and it's fairly sunny, fairly. I am a medium. Now, what that means is I'm able to do one of two things. I can either connect to the spirit world and connect to a loved one that you've lost, or I'm able to give you guidance in some way with regards to your life. Is there a particular way that you'd like me to work?
Well, I mean, I have been feeling like there's somebody that needs to contact me or somebody I need to speak to. And that's kind of why I reached out to you guys. I've been trying to meditate and whatnot, but I am having issues with figuring out what it is that I feel like is pulling me or drawing me to get answers.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you are drawn to the idea that somebody wishes to talk to you, and from the spirit world. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, the first thing that I'm getting is grandmother, and I feel that you have a grandmother in the spirit world, and I know that she is seizing this opportunity to talk to you, because I feel quite sort of excited of wanting to talk to you. But she's making me feel as though there has been some. I feel like there's been some new additions to the family since she's passed to the spirit world, and I'm being drawn to sort of young children that have been born, and I feel like she's referring to children that are around you. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah, that does.
And she's saying to me that I get the feeling that one of your children has one of your children. Are they still at school? Because I'm feeling at school age. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Because I feel like one of your children is actually having some difficulty in school. Would you be aware of that?
I don't think so. I do have a child. He is in pre-K. So I don't really see how he could, just learning, just getting into it. So I don't see why, you know what I mean, on that.
Right. Okay.
But, yeah.
Because what I'm getting from your grandmother is that okay, I feel like there is something to do with where he's going to school that doesn't sit well with him. And I'm not saying that he necessarily is unhappy, but I just get the feeling that there is something to do with where the environment that he is in is not working for him in the way that it could do. And I get the feeling that your son almost needs some sort of more stimulating environment than where he's at. And I'm being shown like I just get the feeling that children aren't always being nice, or I'm just getting, and I'm assuming that you don't know anything about this. Is that correct?
Oh, no. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Because I just get the feeling that it's going to grow into something that what I would suggest to you is just watch out for it then, because I get the feeling that something is not quite right with this environment, and psychics and mediums do get things wrong, so don't be sort of live your life in an alarm situation, because I could genuinely have this wrong, but it's a sense that I'm getting that he to come out, but I can feel that there is something that is not quite right with that environment, and it's almost like I'm that there is something there. I'm also being shown that you have a little bit of a sixth sense yourself.
When I go into a room, like I know there's somebody there, or like when I'm at home, I know someone's there. Like I hear footsteps. Like I always sense that there's something there when there is something there.
Yeah, and I'm being told that there is a guide that is stepping forward and wants to work with you, because I'm being told that this guide that's going to work with you is a healing guide, and I get the feeling that you've got healing hands, and I'm being urged to sort of press that upon you, that you have got a healing ability. And I just feel that he wants to sort of make himself known to you. I'm just seeing. Have you been aware of any sort of spirit that has sort of been around you, or a specific person?
I've seen things like that could be a guy. Like I have seen a silhouette of a man.
Right.
And sometimes I'll see out of the corner of my eye somebody looking at me, but then they like move, and it's always like a silhouette. It's never like featured.
And the thing is with when you see, that's known as objective clairvoyance, and when you see them, you'll only ever see them in your corner of your eye. The moment you look at them directly, poof, they're gone. You can never see it. It's always going to be in the peripheral of your vision. Because I just get that strong feeling that there is a guide that is alerting themselves to you, and I feel that this is a healing guide. But I also feel that you could communicate as well with spirit. But I feel that the course that they want you to go on is more of a healing nature, with hands-on healing. And I keep on, and all the time that I've been seeing, and I keep on seeing a medicine man, so a North American indigenous person here, that I'm seeing, and he, because he keeps on showing me this wheel, like, and he's telling me it's a medicine wheel, and I'm not familiar with their culture too much, so I don't know what this wheel is, but he's showing me a wheel, and he's telling me it's a medicine wheel that they would have used, and I get the feeling that he is wanting to connect with you and work with you strongly. My advice would be to go to either a spiritualist church or once you go to a spiritualist church, you can sort of connect with people that may help you with training and developing and opening up. But there are big sort of places like Lilydale, Casadega, as well, that have always got things going on and courses. There's lots of English mediums that come over to the United States that teach as well. I don't know about the American people that teach sort of as well, but I have got a friend that teaches healing, and his name is Steve Herman. So he may be, a good person to consider. But I just get that feeling that the reason why they're nudging you is twofold. One is your little boy, and two is that you're a healer.
Okay.
Well, Nikki, thank you very much for calling in, and I hope that's helped.
And I do have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. So we have another caller coming in, and that is Rochelle in Wigan, Lancashire. Hello, Rochelle. Are you there?
Hiya.
Oh, hi, Rochelle. So you're from England. That's nice to hear a British voice. So I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can connect to give you guidance. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
No, just whatever you've got would do.
Whatever I've got.
Yeah, guidance and maybe a lived one.
Okay. Have you got nail varnish on your nails?
No.
Do you sometimes put nail varnish on your nails?
I've not worn nail varnish for quite a while.
Oh, okay. So I'm just seeing nail varnish on nails. So I'm just linking in with you. Right.
The last time I did my nails was about 10 months ago.
Was it? Oh, I see. So I'm one of the things that I'm getting is do you sometimes suffer from headaches?
Yeah.
Because I'm being told that this is something that you suffer from. And
yeah, I do sometimes suffer from headache.
Yeah. And I'm also being told that you are sometimes dehydrated, that you don't always drink enough fluids. Would that make sense to you? And here you are, on air, confessing.
No, that wouldn't make sense to me because I have been making sure I'm a lot hydrated recently.
Yeah, but up until recently, were you dehydrated? Do you think a little bit? Because
about 11 months ago, maybe.
Yeah, because I'm being told that you did go through a period of dehydration, and it sort of didn't help. But also, I'm being shown that you are slightly now. I'm going to stress this is for entertainment purposes, okay? Because what I'm about to tell you, I don't want, I need to be careful. So for entertainment purposes. But what I'm sensing with you is you are slightly deficient on essential fatty acids as well. So that's on omega-3. So that's you get that from oily fish or from nuts and seeds.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you ever eat those sort of foods, but I'm just sensing that you are slightly deficient on that.
I do try and get enough tuna and fish down me recently, yeah.
And the other thing is that do you ever have any sort of white flecks in your nails as well?
Sometimes, yeah.
Because I'm being shown that there is a slight deficiency in zinc as well. That sort of the minerals and the immediately on the low level, and also I'm being told again that there it's almost like you need to be really strict with hydration because whilst you've been drinking more, your hydration levels are still fairly on the could do with being more.
Right.
And I'm also being and I feel that and I keep on being shown your hair. Is your hair sort of slightly dry in places or not the right condition that you'd like?
No.
Because I'm just getting that sense of the mineral balance and the is slightly on the low side.
Right.
But I'm also sensing with you that you've also been thinking about doing something different with your either moving or changing jobs or something like that. Would that make sense to you?
I moved about 5 weeks ago.
Right. And have you been thinking about changing a job as well?
No, I haven't got a clue at the moment.
Okay, because I'm being shown something about the possibility of getting work, or there's going to be some changes in your life, and I just get that feeling that you're going to be. I don't feel like it's going to be something of a big career, but I just get that feeling of doing something, and I don't know what it is. So I just get that. So look out for that. I think that may be coming for you. And I also feel with you that you're. I get that feeling that there's a little bit of restlessness as well with you, sort of that you are looking to. It's almost like there's you're sort of that I can't put my finger on it, but it's just restlessness and not knowing and sort of which way to turn and what to do and how to do things. And I can just feel that with you. And what I'm being told about that is that you're it's almost like it's going to be a driving force for you, because what I'm being told by the spirit world is that you will come to a point where you have this almost like an epiphany, a realization of what you want to do and how you want to do things and where you want to be and who you want to be with, and I feel that it's almost like everything is a little bit up in the air at the moment, but I do feel that all those things that are up in the air will be landing down on the ground and in a good way, and I feel that you will find your feet, because I feel like your feet it's like that restless, uneasy, not knowing where you're going, what you're doing, and I just get that feeling that it's all going to settle in a good way for you. Would that make sense to you?
Sorry about that. Yeah, the restlessness and stuff makes sense.
Yeah. And
I have got a quite difficult time ahead of me in the next probably 6 to 12 months.
Yeah. But I just get that feeling that I just feel that restlessness is you're going to come out the other side, and I just get that feeling that and I'm being told you're going to be better off as well. You're going to walk forward in a more positive light and in a more positive way, and I just feel that it's a sort of like it's like a blip in your world, in your life, and I feel that you're going to be stronger for it as well, because I feel that you're going to that there's a part of you that is sort of almost like you're rising up, and you're not wanting to be in a position in a weak position. I feel like you're rising up, and that strength is rising up. But I hope that helps, Rochelle. And thank you for calling in. And I hope everything goes well. And with your headaches, I just feel that you need to be careful with omega-3 and the minerals and hydration. So anyway, but thank you for calling in, Rochelle. Thank you.
It's okay, thank you. Do you know if there's anything from a spirit list one?
Who were you looking to connect with?
Like a father figure to me till I was 7, and then he passed away.
I've only got 50 seconds left of the show, so I can get something very short for you. I just feel that I can sense somebody around, and I feel that but I feel that when he passed, there was a real sense of feeling like there's a real sort of weakness, and the skin has gone pale as well, as I'm just been shown. But all I can say at this point, I've only got a few seconds left, is he's in the spirit world, and he's just suddenly shown to me, he's just waving his hand, and he's just like blowing you a kiss and just saying, I love you.
Hi, how's everybody doing today? I'm Lisa, and this is my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. And I am an intuitive, a medium, a healer, and a teacher of all things spiritual. And I'm so happy you're here. And I just want to let you know that today's show, I'm going to talk a little bit about a live workshop I'm going to host on Saturday of this week, and it's free. So I want you to certainly hang on and listen to some information about that. And then I'm going to take a couple callers as well. You can find me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy. And if you want to message me or reach out, that would be great. I'd love to hear from my people. And I always want to know what's going on in your life. If you have any questions about what I do, I'm happy to answer those as well. So as you may know, if you watched some of my shows in the past, I talk a lot about creating your best life, about clearing your energy, protecting and cleansing yourself, and also about manifesting. And the reason I talk about manifesting is because that is a key to getting what you want out of life. And everyone deserves to manifest what they want. And just because I talk about manifesting, it doesn't always mean it's about money. It can mean manifesting a relationship or a home or a job, or even some nice things for inside your home, or something worthy for a cause you want to support. So just know that you can use any of these tools and tips for manifesting anything in your life. Now, I give myself a reading every morning. It's an oracle reading. I use tarot cards, and I usually lay out a pretty big spread. Like, I may have 25 cards out there on my table. But what that does for me is it connects me with my higher guidance, and it helps me to see what's going on in my life for the day. Because usually I say to my guides when I sit down in the morning and have my cup of coffee, I say, guides, what's my message for today? What do I need to work on? Or what do you have to tell me and share with me? And you know what? Those messages are always accurate. And they're always meaningful, even if I don't know what they're going to mean right at the moment. Later on, I figure it out. I'm like, oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you, guides. So I just want to let you know that guidance is always available for you. So this morning, the first card I drew was a card that indicated peace of mind. And peace of mind is something that you can't buy. You know, I can teach you all about abundance and I can teach you about manifesting, but no one can get out their wallet and buy it. Now, some people will say, okay, yeah, well, if I just had a lot of money, then I could pay off all my bills and I would have peace of mind. Well, that may be true to an extent, but a lot of times when we have those things that we think we're going to need and will give us peace of mind, you know what, something else pops up and it really doesn't. So what I want you to think about today is peace of mind. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because that's key to manifesting. Peace of mind. You have to have your inner world straight. You have to have your inner world, meaning going within, listening to your higher self. You need to have that area of your life calm and relaxed and just in balance. And so one way to have your inner world balanced is to, well, first of all, to sit in awareness, meaning just sit in the morning, and I do it every morning. And even if I only have 5 minutes, I make sure to do it for those 5 minutes. I just sit with my feet flat on the floor and my back straight, and I close my eyes, and I breathe, and I just focus on my breath, and I count to 5, and I breathe in, and I exhale, and I release. And when I do that, that allows me to calm all those outer thoughts, those thoughts of what my day is going to bring, those lists of things to do that I have, because I have them just like you. And it allows me to focus and relax and hear my intuition. And everyone has intuition. Everyone's accessible to it. So please know that if you start to do that every day, you're going to start hearing that higher guidance, your inner voice. And that's a wonderful thing to be in touch with. I always feel very confident and reassured when I have my little conversation in the morning, although I'm not talking, I'm just listening to my guides. So some people say, well, you know, Lisa, I do this, I sit in awareness, and I really do work on cleansing my energy, and I work on balancing myself, but you know, I just can't quite get there with manifesting some of these things I want. And I have some interesting tools and tips for people like you who want that extra step in advanced manifesting. And so what I'm going to talk about on Saturday, which is when I'm going to have a Facebook Live at 1 o'clock Central Time, I'm going to talk about manifesting with crystals, and I have my crystal right here, and manifesting with a crystal grid. And this is a crystal grid. This is just a template, you know, it's just a piece of paper with something printed on it. And what you can do with a crystal grid is you can manifest those things that are in your mind and bring them out into the real world. And you can do that by focusing on what you want and then utilizing the crystal grid by placing crystals like this clear quartz crystal, which is a Lemurian crystal, or this amethyst crystal, which is a beautiful kind of a violet color crystal, or this beautiful rose quartz crystal. You can add these to the crystal grid and affirm what you want. And I'm going to teach on that. It's totally free. Please join me on Saturday, this weekend at 1 o'clock Central. And if you want, if you don't already have one, if you want one of these crystal grid templates, just message me on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy, or just look for the post that I already have up today on my Facebook page and just make a comment, Lisa, would you please send me that template? Then you print it out and have it ready for Saturday. You may need crystals for this grid. You don't need them for Saturday. So if you want, you can get those crystals later on. Also, if you can't join me on Saturday, no, I will keep the replay up for you so you can make your own crystal grid. Just know if you are on my live, then you can ask me questions about it and get some more information on what you need to make this work. So I hope you join me. It's just another way for me to give back. So now I'm going to take a caller, and I have Loretta, I believe, in Georgia, who's calling in today. Hi, Loretta.
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Oh, great. I'm so glad to hear that. Well, Loretta, what can I help you with today?
I just have a question about my love life and career.
Love life and career. Okay. So let's see. Is there something specific you want to know about either one, or is it just a general question? Or, I'm just curious. If you'd like me to take this a certain direction.
I'm getting a job soon, and this new guy that keeps giving me the runaround. Like, I'm trying to really find out, like, what's really going on because he's so secretive.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So has it been like 2 or 3 months with this guy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. This is interesting because let me see what I can figure out here. I'm also going to draw a card. Okay. I feel like there needs to be another few months of you getting to know this person before you totally give in, of yourself, giving all yourself to him. I feel like he has some issues that relate to a past relationship and that may not be completely finished. Now, I don't know that, I'm not saying he's married, but what I am saying is there are some ties to somebody else that are keeping him on the fence. Did you have that suspicion or that idea?
Yeah, I did, and he said it wasn't that, so yeah.
You did, okay. So I feel like this was, with him, that was a long-term relationship for him in the past. And, when people break up or separate and they've been really connected for a long time, they have this energy together that's really hard to break apart. It's like, it's almost like a cord, and I've seen this psychically. It's like a cord of energy between one person's heart chakra and the other person's heart chakra. So what I think is happening here is that on some level, he feels like he's going to miss out if he completely moves away from this person, like entirely. And it's not that he doesn't like you, because I do think there's this connection between you two that feels like it could really take off. Like, I feel like you're right there. You're like, oh, come on, come on, let's go. But it's really him. What I'm also hearing, I feel like there's someone else coming for you. But it's going to be like, I feel like it's going to be next year that you're actually going to meet this person or connect with this person in that way that you like this guy for. It feels like this is going to be 5 months away from you with this other person. So so what I'm hearing is you need to make yourself available, but in a very, in a way that you set your boundaries. It's like you draw the line and you say, okay, you either want me or you don't, and you set yourself up like that energetically, and he's either going to match it or he's not. If he's good enough for you, then he's going to step up. But you can't change a person. You can't make them turn around and do what you want, because that is only going to really end up hurting you. Can you understand that?
I can, yes.
Okay. All right. So what I do see, like I said, is someone in about 5 months for you. It feels like it's going to be right at the very beginning of next spring, which is a really beautiful time to fall in love. And I do feel like this kind of idea of falling in love is something you really want, because I feel like you missed that. I feel like you've had it before, but you're feeling kind of empty without it. And what I want you to do as well during this time when you're feeling this way is start giving yourself self-care. Stop, maybe instead of looking to him, this particular person now, start giving to yourself. Like, you know what I mean by self-care? Like it would be making yourself a beautiful bubble bath or something with salt in it, like a salt bath, or giving yourself a nice cup of tea and doing some pampering yourself. And the more you do that, the more you're going to get used to that feeling of being pampered. And that's really what you want, and that's what you need from a person, to be pampered. And I don't know that this guy's going to be able to give that to you. Okay? I'm sorry. I mean, I know you want it, but I think you already knew that this is perhaps not the way to go. Does that make sense?
And yes, I definitely understand.
Okay. Now, let me get to your other question, because I'm going to need to go on. But you said you had a question about finances, so as related to a job?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're looking for a job right now. Okay, so I just drew a card for you, and it says positive changes are on their way. A welcome relief of troubled times, traveling or relocating. So that's interesting. Have you thought about moving for a job?
I have. I actually moved already for one, but it didn't work out like I thought it would.
Okay. Well, that's all right, because that cards and timing are, time is very fluid, and so to me this affirms that where you are is in the right place. You just need to get that job pulled into you. So what I want you to do for that, and I do feel like this is 2 or 3 months for you as well for this job. I feel like there's going to be a big shift right after winter, like right after the holidays. Like in January, you're truly going to have this great new year. So in 2 to 3 months, that would be, let's see, November, December, January. They're going to start looking for people, and you're going to be one of those people. Continue to put yourself out there. Continue to look. Continue to know that your highest good is going to be met. Okay? So I feel like in 2 to 3 months, your job is going to transpire, and then about 5 months after, from now, the relationship that you really want is going to come, because you don't need second best in anything. Okay? And I feel like that's the universe telling you, don't settle. All right? Loretta, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure. You have a wonderful and blessed day.
You too. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. And I believe I have another caller, but I'm sorry, I missed the name. Kim, I'm sorry. Kim, thank you. Kim, Virginia Beach, I'm sorry. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for calling today. So Kim, how can I help you today?
I just really need to know, like, the relationship I'm fighting for right now, like, it's starting to, like, drain me, but I just want to know, like, is this the right person that is supposed to be around? Like, I had a few people tell me he was my twin flame, but, I just want to know, like, kind of like, is this the one?
In your heart, if you're questioning this in your heart, what do you think?
I mean, I want him to be the one, but I think because of me being like a Scorpio and how prideful I am, I don't allow to be soft sometimes. So I don't know, sometimes is it me, like, or like when things are good, they're so good, but then when they're bad, I feel like they're the worst.
I see. Sense. Yeah. So what I'm feeling like is in some way you give away your power when you're with this person. Can you understand that?
Yes.
When you give away your power to somebody, that's a way of trying to control the situation. And that is never a good sign of someone who has your best interest at heart. If you're giving away your power, that is a leak. You mentioned you had a leak, like you felt it was draining you, right? You already know that this is not really 100% with your highest good. you said you can be you want to be soft sometimes. Being soft doesn't mean being a doormat, okay?
Yeah.
And sometimes it feels like you question that part of your life. Like, am I really, you don't feel like you're being 100% yourself. And when you come from that energetic state, when you come from that state of feeling less than around a person, they aren't having your highest good in mind for you. And so it's up to you to decide what you are going to put up with. Everything happens with your consent, okay? So you're consenting to giving away your power to this person, all right? If you want it that way, that's your choice. You have free will. I'm not going to tell you to do otherwise. But what I am telling you is there is better out there for you, someone who will meet your power, respect your power as a woman, as someone who knows what she wants in life, as someone who will respect you for your opinions. I feel like sometimes also your opinions are not valued with this person. Is that true?
It's so and so, I guess, because like it's like we're not together. We never put a title on being together, but we kind of more or less have like an understanding and a respect. But then when things get kind of hard, he runs. Versus, but then it's like he's ran so many times that it always came back.
Yeah, that's interesting. So there has not been a formal commitment, which tells you a lot, right? On both of your parts. And it's almost like you both know you're not 100% ready to be together. Maybe there would be a time where you could be ready to be together. But I do want to tell you the card I just drew, and this is, you're going to laugh, or maybe not. This card says release, okay? What does that mean? It says let go of the past and ending that makes way for new opportunities. Time to move on. Do you think that's a message from the universe, Kim?
Yeah. Like mentally, he's like a lot of people have said he's going through a lot, and I sit here and try to keep fixing him or trying to be the one to help to fix him. And I think that's more or less the draining part. But then he's also very like he's not very open. He's a myth. Like usually with anybody else I can figure them out like a book. But him it's like he's like a mystery, and I think that's like why I keep drawing you, is because I have to figure out this person before I'm able to let go.
I see. So you're having to work really hard at this. Does that feel like an easy relationship to be in, to have to work really hard at it?
When it's good, I feel like it is. But then at the same time, I'm a difficult person also, like trust wise and like pride wise and opinion wise. Like I can be very I don't even know what's a good word for it. Just me, like I know sometimes like I'm a headache to myself. That makes sense.
I would say that the guidance is to release him. Now, you say, you just want to get to a point where you understand the mystery of this person. And sometimes mysteries are very intriguing, right? We want to know. Yeah. We don't know why we don't know what's going on. And this is my suggestion to you, that you put a time frame on it, like an end date almost. And you don't have to tell him. It doesn't have to be that you tell him this, but you say, okay, I'm giving this 3 more months or 6 more months, whatever works for you. And then you stick to it, and you decide by that time which way you're going. Are you releasing the relationship, or are you moving on? Because I feel like if you continue to do what you're doing, you're never going to get the answer. Because you know what? We manifest relationships based on our opinion of ourselves. And about that energy. And if we're unsure, we're going to get more of that back, of that uncertainty back mirrored to us. We go into relationships, Kim, so we learn about ourselves. And so relationships mirror what we're working on in our inner world, or, in our heart. So right now you're going through a lot of uncertainty with this person, and what are you getting back? More uncertainty, right? Yeah. So you could stay on that merry-go-round forever. And is that where you want to be in 2 years, 5 years? Do you want, really, seriously, think about it. Would you want to be that way in 2 years with this person?
No.
Not knowing, on this merry-go-round of indecision. Will I ever figure him out? Maybe you're not able to figure him out. I don't know. I'm not in your relationship, but it feels like there needs to be a decision made. And when you make a decision on a time period, the universe is going to come with you, behind you, and support you in that decision and give you a crystal clear answer by that date. So it's important you stick to that date. Now, I just drew a card, another one, and let me see what this one says. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This says, listen to your heart. Intuitive insights you can trust. You've got to go within and listen to what your heart's telling you. And it says you are taking care of others perhaps too much. And so if you're trying to control, trying to give, trying to figure this out, it's you giving but not receiving, right? Are you getting back the support and love and really the satisfaction you want from a relationship? It sounds like sometimes you get it, but you're not getting it all the time. And you really owe that to yourself to decide what you're worth as a woman, as a partner in a romantic relationship. And I do see also that this relationship, you will know by summer whether this is going to work or not. No, so next summer you'll know, and that's about let's see, summer's in May, that's about 5 or 6 months from now. You will know which way you're going to go with this. So if you want to set that deadline for summer where you're like, all right, I'm going to make up my mind, I will, and really follow through with it. You will have a clear signal as to what you need to do at that time. If it's still the same old way, it's still the same story of, I don't know, I'm confused, I'm not getting what I want. It's up to you whether you want to continue it. But I also believe that there's someone else who's coming in, and it feels like it's going to be, August of next year, who's going to come in. If you continue to hold on to this person, guess what's going to happen? You're going to not allow that new person to step in. Because your
new person, or maybe one from my past.
Well, a different person. So it would be a different person other than this one. That's what I mean by new. So a different person, this person. So take a look at it. Give yourself, beginning of summer, see what you're ready to do. When you allow for this energy to leave, this other person to leave, the new person, the other person steps in by August is what I see. Okay?
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. I really do. I know this time's challenging, and I know heartache is hard. I get it. Oh my gosh. Much love to you, Kim, all right?
Thank you. You too.
All right. Thanks so much. Well, I just want to thank my callers today for tuning in and asking me for some intuitive guidance. And if you have any questions, if you would like some intuitive guidance, please give me a call. Well, a shout out to my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy. Message me. I'm happy to speak with you about it. Also, join me on Saturday for my Facebook Live, and we can work on manifesting with crystals on the crystal grid. I hope you all have a great week. Look forward to seeing you all on Saturday at 1 Central. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello, welcome to the show. You're on Soulstar Radio with Jacqueline. I'm joined in CDG Fit in Melbourne, in France, with my lovely friend here, Carla Danielle Girolamo. Now, you have in your hands a wonderful trophy you brought back from...
I do, most definitely.
You're the world champion.
I am.
We are the champions. Well, you are.
I have just recently competed in a bodybuilding competition in the Bahamas, where I was able to place #1 and was able to get a pro card. So I am now a pro athlete for the WBFF Federation. Gosh, it took me 12 times to get there.
It's worth it,
but it's worth it, and we finally got there, which is great. So
we had to get you to kind of calm down the farm and have a bit of sleep.
I think we did. I think we had to do a lot more than that. So, but we made it in the end. So yeah,
you did, and it's a hell of an effort. It's 12 times. And tell me how your bodybuilding journey sort of started.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's see this right here.
There we go. Good old WBFF. My gosh, my bodybuilding career started, I would say, 4 to 5 years ago, where I wanted to start my personal training certificate, and I wanted to specialize in something. So I was more towards females. So I wanted to take that to the next level, and thought to myself, well, I need to do something different than what everybody else is doing. And you don't find a lot of females back, 4 or 5 years ago doing a lot of bodybuilding. So I did my first show. I placed 5th, and I thought, wow, I really enjoyed this. And then I went through and did another 12 shows. So every time I competed, I placed higher and higher and higher, which in turn, as of this year, allowed me to place #1. So, which was amazing. Yeah, it was a really good accomplishment. And now I'm doing my first pro show in April.
I'm loving the idea of that.
So yeah, I'm so excited. We're going. I am going back to Los Angeles for that. So that's in April, first week in April.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
So when you're sort of in your gym, I noticed that you work with a lot of women.
Yes, I do.
Really like that.
Yes.
So what do you find particular to women's fitness that is a bit different to just generalised fitness? Do you find that you're working more on the empowerment side as well?
100%. I think when it comes to females, you've sort of got to look at the reason why they come to you. And there's always a reason and there's always a purpose. And sometimes it's not necessarily just to work out. Obviously they are here to do that, but we work on a lot of mindset things like that too. So that's where, women are very emotional.
Yep.
Can be very, very emotional. Relationships with food, with people, with boyfriends, with husbands, with ex-husbands, with ex-boyfriends. So at the end of the day, we deal with it all. And, also working with females, from a hormonal level, and that all comes into play, most definitely. So, that's what makes it so different than working, obviously, with males. And when you look at somebody like myself, I'm probably more targeted to females rather than the male population. So, and I guess, females are very, a lot of them are not self-motivated.
Yeah.
Right, so that's a problem when it comes to, looking good, and they don't have that drive of self-motivation. So when they come to see me, because I am a very self-motivated person, that's what drives them.
It's kind of osmosis, isn't it?
100%.
I remember, like my mother, when I was very young, I was about 10, my mother couldn't afford a babysitter when she was working. And so my babysitter was the Boxhill swimming pool. But back in the day, we had Olympic champions actually practicing here. And she used to say, now, what you do is, because I can't afford swimming lessons, but I can afford a membership, you can sit in a cafe and watch, pick one out of the pool who's not stopping at the end of each one, they just keep going. And then I want you to watch the actual hand movements and how that hand's actually traveling through the water. And then what I want you to do is then get in the pool, coffee, exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
I actually got that quick that I could keep up with most of them. They were probably not, they weren't racing.
Yeah.
I was racing.
Yeah, yeah.
So obviously, there was disparity there, but for them it was just a casual cruise down the road in the pool.
Yeah.
But we do have some men practicing in the background as well. So we also have some guys coming in.
Yeah, I do. So part of my studio, I have 2 female trainers that work for myself, Raquel and Maria, and then I have another 4 trainers here. So I've got 1, 2, 3 males. So they basically run their own business. Which there are females that do come in here, and I've got another rental trainer. Yeah. So everybody, I guess, has their sort of own specific clientele and the niche. But yeah, predominantly we are women. And I do with that's what we do. And when you will come in here, we've got the bright pink lights, and so it's very, very female dominant.
Yeah, so with women's fitness and that motivation, the emotions, and the hormonal stuff particularly. So food can affect hormones, and hormones can affect food?
Absolutely, it can. I guess you've got to look, when I do work with a lot of females, you will tend to find them undereating. A lot of them tend to undereat. So, and they don't know, and one of the biggest problems is that we are not educated on the type of food that we should be eating, the right amount of food that we should be eating, the right, the good source of carbohydrates, fats in the body. So that's where people tend to get stuck. So that's where I sort of come into play, and I look at when I do get a female client in or a brand new client in, I basically base their food on their body fat percentage. So it's a little bit from a scientific approach. So I base their foods of their carbohydrates, their fats, proteins around their body fat measurements. So so most definitely 100% it does all come into play like that. So.
With some people, they'll work out at the gym, but they don't have a targeted program for the trainer. They're doing it maybe a standardised program for 6 weeks, and they're not actually getting that week-to-week feedback that you give.
Absolutely.
And often they'll get so far, injure themselves.
Very common.
And they fall off the wagon and they go and eat an ice cream.
Yes.
Yes,
100%.
What sort of stuff helps reduce the injury? Let's not talk about hypermobile people for a minute, because we'll do that in a minute. But with non-hypermobile people who are injuring themselves, is that also down to food as well, like lack of recovery, or is it how they're holding stuff?
It's how they're holding themselves, It's always when you get a lot of females go into the gym and they don't know what to do. Right, so the first thing they'll do is they'll go to a cardio machine. Right, and they'll think, this is easy because it's the only thing I know how to actually use. So my idea is to educate them. Right. Education is so important, and the way you actually train in the gym is going to affect the way you look. So, what you want to work on is the first 4 weeks of going into a gym is working on your structure and getting you stronger in certain positions, finding where your weakest points are and working on your weak points. Therefore, in turn, will make you stronger. My best advice to females is get yourself first. And follow a program that is right for you and that is not generalized, because what's right for me and what's right for Jack is completely two different things.
So like, for example, some people will do well on a lot of carbs, whereas with a lot of carbs, I just blow up.
Absolutely.
So
that's right.
With me, it's like polycystic ovary syndrome. So we've got a whole other fun game there.
That's exactly
right. How do you do with, like, the ladies who don't know the effect of polycystic ovary syndrome, and the research is only very new that finally drops, and I've known felt for ages, but finally when the research is like, yes. But what's your sort of take on polycystic ovary syndrome and losing weight and training?
Absolutely. I think weight training, number one, high priority. And it's not necessarily, a lot of people with polycystic ovaries tend to be on birth control, which I am not a huge fan of. I believe things like that can be corrected through food, sleep, diet, nutrition, lifestyle. Someone with polycystic ovaries, we want to keep a good source of fat intake in their diet, but not saying that we need to reduce carbohydrates, because obviously they do say polycystic ovaries and overload of carbs can gain excessive weight. But what we want to do is we want to minimalise that by bringing in lower GI carbohydrates.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's where it's not saying that carb source is bad for you, it's just you need to choose the right sources, and that's where education comes into play.
Do you find that intuitively sensitive women train a bit differently to...
Absolutely.
What do you find about
100%. 100%. Pure example, somebody like me is really and I will go into the gym and I will tear that gym apart like there's no tomorrow.
Yep.
Whereas you might have someone that's quite sensitive and they are actually afraid to get underneath the bar, or you won't find their way of training could be as aggressive, I guess you could say. So yeah, absolutely, most definitely, very emotional. We'll be very cautious of the weight. We'll just push enough to get that little bit of, of fatigue, whereas you find someone like myself will push till they can't push no more. Yeah, absolutely.
So now we're talking about getting into the hypermobile stuff.
Yes.
So I'm a wonderful hypermobile person. I should not be allowed to do bicep curls alone.
Yes.
I've actually done dressage on my shoulder a number of times and had to have like weeks off training just actually from holding it the wrong way. So we might actually do some work with the weight.
We can step back.
How to hold.
Definitely.
I'm just going to take this off because then we can see my shoulders.
Most definitely.
Because my shoulders are dangerous. Alrighty, so let's.
So you will find somebody that's super hypermobile like that.
Because I can do.
Won't be very strong. So we could twist her in 1,000,001 ways.
Like that.
Right, exactly. So the best, exactly, right? So the best thing with somebody that is hypermobile is they will never have the ability to be super strong, right? So what we want to do is when it comes to things like doing a bicep curl, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we are actually controlling our weight and coming down with a slow tempo instead of you just completely dropping. Yes, that's right. So we want to start from the top position and we want to take a three. We want to keep our elbows close by into our hips. From there, we want to ensure that our wrists are nice and tight so they're quite secure. And what we want to do is we want to come down on a 3-second count. So what I want you to think about, Jeff, is I want you to think about using this muscle from here, and I want you to come down for 3 seconds. 3, 2, keep coming all the way down, pausing at the bottom, and now driving up through the top bit. Yep, 1, and then coming down, 3, keep coming all the way down, keeping the elbows close by the body, and then pulling up, 2, that's it, 3, all the way down, and driving up to the top of the shoulder, 4, that's it.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to do. You want to basically, when it comes to things like that, is working on form at 4 beat tempo. Because that's what's going to control and give you full range of movement. Yeah.
And so with things like toning versus building muscle,
yes.
What's the difference there and how you need to address that?
I guess, there's so many different ways and things that people, tend to do, programming and food, and I think all of that comes into play. Building a lot of muscle, you are going, I guess you could say, through a strength phase, where your reps might sit a little bit lower, so your programming will obviously be different, whereas when you come into obviously toning the body, things are shorter rest breaks, higher reps, 10 to 12 reps, 12 to 15. So rep ranges in exercising will be different. Food may be a little bit different. You're going to get stronger, you have to eat more, obviously. Yes. So that's where strength comes into play. And then obviously to tone, we're all females all day. Basically, we always want to be toned, right? So, like I said, higher rep ranges, introducing a little bit of cardio as well. But you will find a female will never be able to build the same amount of muscle as a male. So we don't have that capacity to get in
Although we can be damn strong.
We can. I think we could be a lot stronger than males. Yeah,
In a lot of ways.
In a lot of ways.
We can prefer.
Yes.
And they get their back.
Exactly. That's right.
So when you're lifting, how much can you lift?
Oh God. Well, last time I checked a sumo deadlift, it was 145 kilos. So that's yes, almost 3 times my body weight. Yeah. So yeah, it took me a long time to get there. Yeah, it took me a long time to get there, but I got there.
So with your hypermobile person, they might not be able to be as strong.
No, absolutely not.
What would you say are their gifts, or what can they do that maybe other people can't do?
They don't have any tightness. I would be a lot more. My muscles would be a lot tighter, and I'd have a lot more restriction in movement than obviously yourself. So that's you don't need to be isolated or doing so many stretches because you
already stretched.
You had already stretched. Exactly.
There goes Jupiter, here goes Mars. It's kind of like that. I actually got told by an ex-cop, he sort of saw me do this stuff, and he goes, "Holy crap, you're one of those people." I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "You're the type of people we can't actually restrain." And I went, "Oh, so that'd be good for martial arts then?" He goes, "Yeah." I'm like, might take that up.
There you go, there's a positive for you.
Do you find like meditation helps at all with the mindset for your clients, and to use it yourself?
Absolutely, 100%. I think, having a goal and having a focus is so important because we tend to obviously get lost. So, most definitely meditation. Sometimes I recommend to my clients, because this is so intense, doing something like yoga, meditating before bed, unwinding, putting your phone away, not doing anything that's going to stress the body out or put you in an adrenaline before bed. So that's why I recommend to my clients, don't train at 9 o'clock at night. Like you want to work on unwinding, switching off, your central nervous system and going into a deeper sleep, because sleeping is your #1 factor for weight loss. And
for that fitness as well.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely.
So when people, like women coming out of very stressful domestic violence situations, for example, that central nervous system can be going pretty hazy.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Do you find that with the exercise that's helping you bring it back in line?
Yeah, it does.
How do you measure that?
Absolutely. You've got to look at things like that more, I guess, from a hormonal perspective too. When it comes to things like domestic violence, and with females, I think something like that is a good release for them, a good fixation and a good focus to focus on something else. It releases endorphins. So you've got to look at so when obviously we exercise, we increase dopamine, which is a happy hormone, and when we go to bed, we want to release serotonin, so we go into a deeper sleep and to relax that. So exercise is going to release all those types of endorphins, and at the same time, it can make you emotional too. It can definitely make you emotional. I've had girls cry halfway through workout, so it can bring on obviously different emotions, but in turn, as they get stronger and as they get better, they learn to deal with those emotions a lot better. Definitely.
Now, I think that's why for women going through something like that, having a female as a trainer who's been there and done that, just makes all the difference, because you've been there and they feel in you that there's that sort of genuine feeling of, oh yeah, you get me. Makes all the difference, doesn't it? So with that, you sort of find that's helping rebuild them. Do you find that with particularly like the sleep and all that sort of thing that's tying in, and with women saying, oh, but I don't have time for a workout, and I don't have the energy for a workout, but it's like, well, hang on, if you make the time for yourself, because this is for you, it's not a punishment, it's about what your body can do, finding out what your body can do.
That's right.
That they then start going from, I don't have time to, oh no, I've got to do this. You find that kind of story happening?
Absolutely. I think that's your #1 excuse. is I don't have time, or you know, I don't have time to eat, I don't have time to do this. That's going to be everybody, regardless. In my opinion, your time and how can I say, the way you structure your day and the way you structure your life says a lot. So if you don't have time for exercise and yourself, then you don't have time for a lot of other things.
And you're sacrificing.
You sacrifice, absolutely. So it's like, you know, if you need to get up half an hour earlier to go to the gym, you're going to feel better throughout your day.
Be more productive.
You're going to be more productive. You're going to have a lot more energy than getting an extra. You want to go to bed, you want to sleep in bed for an extra, you know, 2 or 3 hours. Where it's like, you can do that at night time.
Yeah.
You know, you can unwind at night.
Yeah, I think the thing is with that, it's like, I don't have time to go to the gym, they'll say, and then you watch them watch TV for 3 hours.
Exactly.
And you're like,
that's right.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Yeah, you've got time to watch TV. It's like if you're at work and you're at your desk, if you do get half an hour, go outside for a walk. Like, even if you have to walk around your office, you know, daily activity plays a huge part in weight loss. And, you know, they do say anything below 8,000 steps a day, you know, and your daily meat activity level will not give you any form of fat loss at all.
Yeah.
So what you do during the day and being productive plays a massive part, you know. Yeah, you know, we find, you know, a lot of society today, a lot more people overweight.
Yeah, soda drinks, the couch and TV.
Exactly.
And I think the thing is, like, you know, our show's geared to very spiritual people.
Of course, absolutely, yeah.
And as a psychic, I find myself that since I've started working with the fitness and knowing what foods actually help me and what to do with the hormones, it's actually made me a better reader.
Yeah.
It's actually made me more able to cope with a variety of crazy crap that's happened. And it's also, it's also helped me to kind of get along further and be able to actually make choices in my life that are about me now. So when you're sort of sitting there going, I can't do this, I've been through that cycle numerous times. I'm probably the biggest show poster of that. I mean, you first met me and you saw and you're like, is that you, Dragon?
Yeah, yep, absolutely, 100%.
That girl, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's like, you find that the story, like I found and a lot of other people found, that when women start looking after themselves, they start thinking for themselves, they start doing things for themselves, because it's about the happiness. The weight is a thing, but it's about the happiness in the sense of looking after yourself. But do you find reactions from their family, their loved ones?
100%. Absolutely. You know, I have so many females come to me and they're like, you've changed my life. It's like, in the smallest way, by getting you moving, you know, by educating you, by teaching you how to move, by being more confident. It's all about confidence, you know, and I say to people, how you deal with yourself or how you handle yourself in the gym is how you handle yourself outside of the gym. And in life, you know, so absolutely, you know, getting that small bit of, you could say, losing weight, 1 or 2 kilos, that's everybody the ability to be like, oh, okay, if I've done 1 to 2 kilos, imagine what I could do in 3 weeks' time. And so you have to set with yourself and realistic and smaller goals, because realistic and smaller goals are going to get you to your big goal in there.
Yeah.
And people set goals that are way too far-fetched. They want to be where they are like tomorrow in 12 weeks time. So it just doesn't work like that, and that's with anything. So
I remember sitting there going, well, I'd like to lose at least a third of this weight. However, I'm going to start with a 10 kilo goal. And then I got to 10 kilos in 2 weeks and went, better get a hurry and get a dietitian. This is a bit dangerous.
that was a good one. I would have suggested that as well.
Boom. Because I suddenly had the key to Enoch, if you know what I mean. And it's like, here we go. Oh, hang on, no, that's a bit scary. So yeah, it is. It's just about getting the right balance with that.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes,
so
you need to.
Sometimes when people lose weight and you're looking after yourself, not everyone around you is going to celebrate that.
Absolutely not.
And the thing is that as you become stronger physically, you become stronger mentally and emotionally to be able to go, all right, well, do I need you in my life?
That's right, exactly, absolutely. You know, and that's very common, very common. You know, generally, you know, I see that a lot, and you know, I do see that a lot in when I do prep girls for competition preparation, a lot of people are like, wow, like, you look amazing, and that is for obviously competition preparation is a short amount of time, but the stronger the more changes you get in the body, the more you are able to handle different types of compliments that come towards you. And instead of that's right. And instead of someone complimenting you you're able to just turn away and say, oh, thank you for that, and just smile and walk away.
I thought thank you for sharing.
Thank you for sharing, that's right. I thank you for telling me. Absolutely.
I use coded language with that one. We sort of got there, I think, and it's kind of hilarious when we had that discussion. It's really, I think, a fantastic achievement. So you're going off to Los Angeles in April.
I am, which I'm looking forward to.
Now, you've got sessions here for people, and you're training people.
Absolutely, I am.
So people are looking at finding a trainer.
Yes, I've got myself and two lovely girls. Most definitely, we will look after you. We do run sessions with females in groups of 4 as well. So we do group sessions, one-on-one, training with a girlfriend. So we're very accommodating, we're very open, we're very approachable, we're open to all different people.
And it creates a safe place.
Absolutely, definitely.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to that. So if people if you've got a website?
I do. I have a website. It's www.cdgfit.com.au.
Yes, so you'll be able to find you there.
Absolutely.
And you'll be able to find her at the World Bodybuilding Championships as well.
Next
and
year.
Pro now. So how many of your people have you had become champions?
I know, as you can see, I've got a whole board, and that's not even half of them. So these are some of the girls that I've trained for competitions. So I've got 1, 2, I think I've put about 35 to 40 girls on stage.
There you go.
Yeah, and
Brilliant.
I have had, I'm going to say 95% place in the top 5.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
We'll catch you next time on Soulstar Radio. In the meantime, we're going to love your media. There's more shows on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV the rest of this evening in America and this afternoon in Australia. We'll catch you later. Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance with Angel. So today I have a special guest. I have Tamron, as you can see on the screen. She is a spiritually guided who thrives on teaching and supporting individuals on how to effortlessly shift into their magic zone. Whether business or personal life, Tamron gives proven strategies to save time, money, and frustration. She's a certified health coach, former private investigator, and an alchemist, healer, and she is clairvoyant. She creates powerful, personalized remedies. Tamron is the founder of Tamron's Place, a retreat for spiritual growth that offers life-changing courses, personalized consultations, and customized retreats. And she is a wonderful, wonderful lady. I have sat by her through the Galaxy Psychic Fairs, and I can't tell you how she rocks this world, girls. So, let's get right into the questions, girlie. What's the difference between being an empath versus being compassionate?
Well, thank you, Angel, and thank you for the intro. I would love to share this information with your listeners because I feel that there are so many people out there today that don't realize how sensitive they actually are. So I want to clarify for everybody listening today that an empath is someone who feels the energy of everything, of other people, situations, walking into a room, and they don't understand that it's not necessarily their energy that they're feeling. So a compassionate person is someone who understands that they can feel and sense what's happening for other people, yet it does not affect them. So there's a difference there. So when you can learn how to shield yourself and to understand what somebody else is and what's actually yours, you will have so much less anxiety. And I feel like that is a big epidemic right now in our world.
Oh, very much so. Okay, so just for our viewers out there, how can we manage the intensely sensitive energy that's going on right now? Because I know I'm being hit left, right, and center with this retrograde. So how can we use the full moon and take advantage for it to be more beneficial in today's world and the chaos that we put up with on a day-to-day basis?
That's a great question, Angel. And we have the full moon energy coming up early next week, Monday or Tuesday, depending on when that is. And right now we are in the midst of Mercury retrograde. So it's like magnified to 100 times. And this is why a lot of people are feeling so intense. This week, a lot of people are having meltdowns and crying a lot. That's why you're getting the calls, people needing readings, and the phone's ringing on my end too. So I want to,
yeah.
Right? So for women especially, the moon represents, in ancient Vedic astrology, the moon represents our subconscious and it represents our feelings. However, it comes out at night, right? We feel that energy of the moon. So at times like this, when it's Mercury retrograde and the full moon coming up next week, a lot of people don't sleep, they feel restless, and they have extreme anxiety. And some people get depressed too. It just depends on their personality. So when the moon is illuminated, when the moon is full, that is when we feel it the most. And the best way to actually learn how to manage, like I answered in the previous question you had for me, was understanding what's yours and what's not yours. So during my full moon gatherings for women, which we're going to talk about in a second, is I'm going to teach you how to manage your own energy so that you can actually use the intensity of the full moon to release what no longer serves you, or to release all the energies of the people around you that you were feeling and to let that go. So it's literally like you're going to be able to take a big breath and go, whoo, I'm done.
Okay, so does this also affect in people's dreams? Like, I know there's been a lot of wicked dreams going around, and that's one of the things that people tell us. It tells me on phone calls that we have wicked dreams, we're having anxiety attacks, panic attacks, we want to jump out of our skin. Does that all play with the full moon in retrograde?
Absolutely. So when we're having these intense dreams, especially around the full moon, usually what that represents is that our subconscious, so something deep within us, needs to come to the surface. So that's why we feel it the most in our dreams. But what most people do is they hold on to it, right? So let's say fear for right now. There's a lot of fear. We're afraid what's going to happen with politics, the world, environment, whatever. So a lot of people are feeling this fear, but they don't know how to release it. They don't know how to let it go. And that's what the full moon is. It's a time to let things go. So if no one has trained you on how to do that, you're just going to keep feeling it more and more. And if you're around other people that are feeling it, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like a snowball. So what we want to do is learn how to acknowledge what's coming up during our dreams, right? And feeling this and say, okay, thank you for showing me what that is, but it's time to say goodbye.
Okay, and how does this play? I had a train of thought, so I got to get this. How does this play in with the holidays coming up? Like, I know around the holidays, I get a lot of phone calls. There's lots of people who are lonely, depressed, not understanding what's going on. How does this all intertwine with holidays? So, like, we got Christmas coming up, New Year's. How does that play in with this?
Well, if people are feeling a lot of these, well, I'm just going to say an imbalance in their emotions, what they need to learn is how to use holistic modalities, which I teach on these women's gatherings, so that you can transform something negative into something positive. And I like to use holistic modalities, such as learning, and we can use things like NLP, EFT, using high-grade essential oils, Bach remedies, meditations, that kind of stuff, because you have to learn how to turn it around. And you don't learn this stuff in school. It's not ABC 1, 2, 3, right? This is the New Age movement. And it's easy to do, but it's not a quick fix. So it's what I call the turtle, like slow and steady wins the race. These are techniques that you can learn, but you got to keep doing them every day. And then once something comes up and you're feeling something, it's like, okay, I know what I can use. I've been taught how to use it, how to change it or to transform it. Because everything's energy. So when you learn how to change the energy, you can take something negative and turn something positive. So the best example really quickly is you can take anger and use something that you've been angry at and to morph it into passion, into changing it into something better. Does that make sense?
Oh, for me it does. And I know that out there they'll make sense to some of our viewers, and some of our viewers now have been piqued and have questions. So how can the women who are listening to the show, or anybody who's listening to the show as that matter of fact, because this will benefit men as well, they go through the same thing.
Yeah.
How can they go and join the full moon webinar that you're having on Tuesday, November 12th, to learn more about how to use the energy to manifest the miracles in their lives?
Well, what we're going to do during that full moon webinar is to teach. I'm a teacher, I'm a guide, a spiritual guide. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the 4 elements of the earth, which are wind, the earth, water, and fire. And I'm going to teach people how to use those 4 elements so that you can shield yourself, right? Release what somebody else is, protect yourself, and to transform that energy into something positive. So I do this every month, and for your listeners, as a special thing, I'm going to allow people to join for free. They just have to email me at tamarontv@gmail.com. Again, we can post this information later. And they can join on a live Zoom webinar at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And I will teach them some very simple techniques on how they can manage this energy so that they can release it, feel more grounded, more protected, and be able to move forward. Because a lot of times, this is what's holding you back in your life, is a lot of this fear, anxiety, some of these negative energies that really don't serve us, right? So we want to be able to move through that. And that's when the magic happens, when you realize it isn't your stuff.
So what I'm going to ask you to is to send me the information. I'm also going to paste it on my Facebook page under Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Products so that they can contact you. And I'm going to tag it to the top of my page. So just send me kind of like your business card so that they can get a hold of you, because I think this would be really interesting for a lot of people to get in contact with you. It's just a gut feeling. Like I say, you rock, girl. You are my sensei. All right?
Yes.
So do you want to have a little fun?
Absolutely. You take over now.
Well, you chime in, because if you're going to get any information on the readers, you need to chime in. So the first card that I got for today, Angel can never get this on, is the Divine Alchemy. So everybody that's watching the show needs to move beyond the current challenges, which finally goes into what we were talking about. Focus on what you desire, okay? So we're going to go to our first caller, which is La Maria in Austin.
Yeah.
Did I say that correct?
Yes, Mira.
Okay. So your card just happens to be, let's get that straight, the love and acceptance card. So that tells me that you are full of love, okay? But you need to start recognizing your worth, and you have to start choosing loving thoughts, which kind of ties in to what Tamron was talking about, okay? So, my girl, do you have any specific questions for us, or you just want general information?
Well, I would like to know about my love life.
Okay. So let me just get into here, and just chime in when you want, Tamara. And if you get something before me, just chime in on here. Okay, girl. So what I'm getting more of is that you have had experiences that have sort of given you a foul taste in your mouth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're basically telling me that when you're ready for your love life and your love life situation to change, that you're going to be able to move forward. You're kind of stopping it from happening because you haven't dealt with and moved forward from the foul taste, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Definitely.
Okay. So when you decide you're ready for love, he's going to be there. Like, he's waiting. I can see him. It's more, this is on your side, and this is on you working on your own self-love and your own self-worth, which kind of goes in with your card in the acceptance of love, okay? So you kind of need to work on that personally and start realizing that you are this wonderful, beautiful person that has so much to give the world. You've just ran into a bump, and you gotta say, okay, like, I mean, everything that's went on, you have to forgive yourself for what you've thought and what you've said on that situation, and you just need to start owning it. Like, you've got to start being proud of who you are and start using your knowledge to move forward in that area.
Wow, that is so true.
Do you have anything to add, Cameron?
Sure, I can add personal experience and exactly what I'm feeling intuitively as well. You hit the nail on the head, or the hammer on the nail there when you said you have to forgive yourself. And I'll just share that forgiveness doesn't necessarily mean that you did anything wrong. So when we have experiences in the past with other people that left a foul taste in our mouth, it's a wonderful opportunity for us, for anyone, to look at those experiences and to have great gratitude for going through that, because it's pushing you to go deeper within yourself, to find that love within yourself, because it's a magnet. Everything, the law of attraction is equal. So rather than trying to go out and find someone who will love you, when you take time to reflect and look at all the beautiful things that you love and accept about yourself, that's when that other person is going to come into your life. Like Angel is saying, he's there. It's the work we need to do on ourselves. And it's a beautiful process to do. And so when you radiate and you feel good about yourself, people will notice that rather than us waiting to be noticed. We need to do the exact opposite, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. Like, you hit the nail in the coffin. But I do have to work on myself,
and, start trying new things. It's just that, sometimes I don't know who to trust.
Trust yourself, my girl. You have to learn to trust yourself before you can trust anybody else. And that's a valuable lesson that I had to learn with going through my first marriage and how I was just knocked down and everything beaten out of me. I had to learn to trust myself. Once I learned to trust myself, it was a lot easier to start trusting other people. Because when things go wrong in our life, we tend to blame ourselves, as Cameron was saying, and it's not necessarily our fault. And that's where we have to learn to start that relationship between ourselves again and understanding who we are and taking our power back and then trusting ourselves to the fullest. And you will get there. Now, they're also telling me that you're wondering about money. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, that's coming, my girl. That's totally coming. Okay? So once you start getting in that, like Cameron was saying, once you start getting your vibration up and starting to match with your goals, everything's just going to fall into place for you.
Wow. Do you see me getting married?
Well, that's up to you. Again, that totally comes up to you. If you're saying you want to get married and you're saying it, you put it out in the universe works to give that to you through law of attraction. But if your energy doesn't match it, okay? So if you, let's just say, put out there you want to get married, but then you're sitting here and you're going, do I really want to get married? Do I want to put up with that again? Your vibration isn't matching it. So then it won't come. Okay? It's just going to kind of sit there and percolate out in the universe going, hey, I'm here. I'm ready. I'm waiting for you. What do you want me to do? But if you're not vibrationally being specific and saying, this is what I want, it's just going to not come, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I'm actually not in a rush. I just would like to know. I never know what the future holds.
Oh, it's coming. That's totally up to you. You can grab anything you want that you put out in the universe. You just have to trust yourself and know that you can create anything. And what Tamron's doing with the full moon, that's part of her teaching us how to grab on to everything that we want. And it kind of fits in with Abraham Hicks, with staying on your disc and everything being in the vortex and just being able to grab it. Am I right, Cameron?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free to your listeners. So if she'd like to follow up, then she's more than happy to join us next Tuesday night.
And it'll really help you in following through, in starting to manifest and create everything you want. People really don't realize how much the full moon and energies affect us. And being empathic, we really take on, like Tamara was saying, we take on a lot of other people's garbage that we shouldn't really take on.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you? All right. So you have a great weekend, okay?
You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. So you can reach me at crystalclear101.com, or you can email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, or you can just go to my Facebook, which is Crystal Clear 101 Holistic Healing, sorry, not hearing, healing and products. Okay, I'm tongue-tied. See, the energy's got me flying here, Tamara. So how can they get a hold of you, Tamara?
they can go to my business Facebook page under Tamarron's Place, and that's spelled TAMMERONS, and then just Place. They can send me a message or email me at tamarrontv@gmail.com. Thank you for allowing me to be a guest on your showing.
No, thank you for coming on, and I hope we're going to do this again because I totally enjoyed it, and you rocked it out, girl. So they can't blame me. Hello everyone. Wow, what a great introduction. Thank you so much for all of those people out there watching me. You don't know me yet, so I thought I'd use today's program to introduce myself. My name's Yvonne. A lot of people know me as Yvonne Denise, and of course as the Aussie Goddess, which is my business name. I've been reading cards for many years, since I was probably in my late teens to early 20s. I started really picking up the deck and really understanding what my gift was and how I was connected to spirit. As a child, I did see a lot of apparitions, ghosts, spirits, whatever you'd like to call them, but unfortunately I was in a family that thought I was a little crazy, and I ended up at the psychiatrist to have a look at what was wrong with me. So I put my gift down for many years and started following what I would call the logical, sensical part of myself. And then probably about 25 years ago, I started picking up the cards really seriously then and doing readings for other people. Up until then, I'd been doing readings for myself and for my family and for friends who I was close to, but now I operate as a business. So I have my own YouTube channel at the Aussie Goddess. I am on all of the social media platforms such as Twitter, LinkedIn. I'm on Facebook. I have a Facebook page at the Aussie Goddess, and of course my own website at www.theaussiegoddess.com. And I do fairs. I travel. I visit people. I do readings from home. So I have a lot of other things I do as well. I really love what I do. So I thought today would be a great day to do a reading online so that you can experience what I do. I thought that I would do a bit of a reading for you online so you could see how I read. I can read intuitively. I do get the message direct from spirit. I am a medium. But sometimes it's nice to look at the cards just to sort of break the ice and get a bit of an idea of what's going on in the world today. So on my YouTube channel, I do a daily read, a What's Cracking read, which is pretty superb. I have a lot of people who enjoy those readings and miss me when I'm not around, which is a little bit nice for the ego. So let's have a look what's going on in the universe today, and we'll have a little bit of a look inside. Okay, so now I have the Two of Wands coming out first. So it looks as though you've got a bit of a choice on what path to choose. The Two of Wands is a card that comes up when the universe is giving us a different direction to go in. So for many of you today, you're experiencing some sort of choice in your world. Could be choice of partner, could be choice of job, could be a choice of what direction to take. Now, behind that, I have the Ten of Pentacles, which is a beautiful card to get. So the Ten of Pentacles is a card of abundance. So one of these directions here, and it's never the wrong direction. I don't believe in right and wrong. I only believe in experience. So one of these directions here is right for you, and you know which one to pick. So whatever direction you choose to go in, it's going to bring you in abundance. Again, with the Two of Swords, so there is a lot of choice here today on which way to go. So maybe in order to move forward on one path, you have to cut out something else. Okay, so it could be a matter of moving in one direction, which may bring in, a job that has more money, for example. But in order to do that, you may have to leave behind a job
That maybe would have meant more to you if you have picked that direction. So it may be a choice of head over heart. It could be a choice of more money over more benefits from the job. Behind that, we have the Hanged Man. So I think the universe here is saying before you make this decision, you make sure that you're looking at things in all different directions. Don't stick with just the direction that's true to you. Open your mind, open your heart, and look at every opportunity, every way you can go here to decide whether that direction is right for you. It's sometimes with the Hanged Man, it's a matter of, looking at things that perhaps you haven't looked at before. So, maybe the distance you have to travel, but looking at all the different options and opportunities here. And for some of you, we do have the Death card behind. So this is talking about letting go of all of the things that have held you back in the past in order to move forward. Now, I know at the moment the universe is working to bring in a lot of changes for us. The universe is through the Scorpio moon is allowing us to give up things that no longer serve our greater good. So for you, this might be a matter of moving towards a direction of a career or a life that you've always wanted, and not particularly just sitting in one direction. This is about the Fool. This is about taking a leap of faith. It's about opening your heart to new things. It's about engaging with new people and understanding your own value in the world, understanding how much you mean to the world. So let's have a look closer at what this all means. So we do have the Eight of Cups coming out here. So we're walking away from things that no longer serve us. So this is, maybe people, situations, things that no longer serve the direction you're going in. So it's being able to say, well, what do I really want in my heart? What do I want? What's going to serve me best? Rather than just continuing where you are and having a life that isn't so fruitful for you. And then we have the Judgment card. So the Judgment card talks of rebirth, of being able to bring in the opportunities that are right for you, not sort of putting up with things you don't want to have. It's like the birthing of the phoenix. It's really getting out there and being true to who you were meant to be, living in your true self. Five of Pentacles coming out here. So it could be that you've spent a long time serving others. It could be that you've had people around you that really didn't love and respect you for who you were. So maybe you haven't been able to follow your dreams up until now. Maybe you've been a little bit stuck, a little bit down, not understanding why you couldn't move forward. Sometimes with the Five of Pentacles, it means the universe has got you in a bit of a holding space. So it's sort of like that feeling of being able to release and let go of that that's holding you back. And then we have the Nine of Swords. So the thing that comes forward here more than anything is your fear of the unknown. So this is about letting go of fear and trusting that the universe has your best intention at heart. With the Nine of Swords, it often talks about, sleepless nights, anxieties, sometimes that depression, that feeling that you don't deserve more. And this is telling me here that you absolutely deserve to have the best life for yourself. So letting go of those fears. And look what's coming in. So we have a brand new passionate start with the Ace of Wands. Now the Ace of Wands talks about a new time where you're able to release those fears and move in with passion and desire for all that you want. It's a time for new growth, new opportunities, opening the world to what you really want. And then behind that, we have the Ace of Cups. How beautiful to do a reading for you online and have two aces up in your first reading. The Ace of Cups talks of a new start in love. So for some of you, this is loving what you do, loving your passion, loving the work you do, getting on a live television channel and doing what I love doing the best. So this is definitely something new. Could be that you're considering new love. And in order to move forward, you have to accept that perhaps this love that's being offered to you is right for you. Maybe you've denied yourself that beautiful love for so long. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune. Wow, Spirit is really backing me up on this one today. So the Wheel of Fortune is the card for the universe helping you to move forward. So it could have been as I said before with this Five of Pentacles, that you've been a little stuck in what you felt you deserved or what was coming to you. Sometimes it's like treading water. It's like feeling bogged down in mud and not being able to make those moves. Sometimes it's about waiting for opportunities to be offered, and the universe is just not offering you what you want at that time. But I want to say to you now, the time is ripe. It's absolutely beautiful. And here comes an offer. Now, for some of you, this is definitely an offer of money, of opportunity, of being able to move forward financially as well as from a tangible perspective. So an offer from a Page of Pentacles may only be small. It could be via email or phone, but definitely something being offered to you here that's long-term, fruitful. He does have rather a large pentacle. So we definitely have a good size offer coming in here. Could be from an earth sign. Sometimes these do represent the Capricorn, Taurus or Virgo, but this person's more likely to either own their own business or have an opportunity for you that's going to be lucrative and bringing you what you want. Okay, and then I have the Six of Wands. Wow, this is absolutely beautiful. So the Six of Wands talks about victory. It talks about recognition. It talks about people seeing you. Perhaps if you feel for the first time that people are seeing you for who you truly are. And this is beautiful because it's like you're stepping out into the world and and look at this. Wow. Okay, I can't say any more. That is an amazing reading. So we have the Ace of Pentacles. We have 3 aces in this reading and plus the Wheel of Fortune. So if you've been feeling stuck, life is about to give you a little bit of a push in the right direction. There is definitely a brand new job coming in for some of you. For some of you, it's about love. And for some of you here, this is about your own business. Being able to move in the direction of what you want in terms of your own business. It's just a beautiful reading. I can't even say how lovely this is. So for everybody that's listening today, there is something about to open up to you. And it feels to me like a lot of you have done, work on yourself. Perhaps some of you are in, esoteric arts yourself. Maybe you read cards, sell candles, use incense. There's a great feeling here that something wondrous is about to open up to you and give you an opportunity to move forward. What a wonderful reading to get. So when I look back at what I call the mini reads, so the cards I look back in the beginning, I always go over these when I do a reading online or a personal reading, because this is sort of a mini read of what is coming. So I know now that this opportunity to move in this direction here is being offered to you. As I said at the beginning, it definitely is bringing you in something, whether this is money, an opportunity for love, an opportunity for a brand new start. The Ace of Wands is a wonderful sign of passion and moving forward. We do have obviously a decision to make on how to move forward with that, but that's okay. Sometimes that means cutting things out in order to move forward. You may have to release people, situations, or whatever. The Hanged Man is the universe asking you just to make sure you've looked at this for every direction and made sure it's the right thing for you. Not the right thing because it puts more money in your pocket, not the right thing because it pleases anybody else around you. It's about looking at what do you want from the bottom of your heart. Is this what you want? Is this your passion? Is this what you desire? Because we do have the Death card here. So the Death card talks of transformation. And this could be you just moving in a very different direction and taking on something new here. So very beautiful reading to do online for the first time. So I'm pretty happy that Spirit's given me something good to tell you all. And that's sort of the way I do the readings on YouTube every day, just to give it a bit of an insight to the general energies of the day, what's going on. We just pick up on generally what's around us. Sometimes that doesn't resonate with everybody. Again, the only way to really find out what's right for you is by having a personal reading. So I'm just going to draw a card from the Oracle deck, and we'll talk that one through as well. So that one wanted to come out straight away. So I have the card of compassion here. Now the decks I'm using, if anybody wants to know what decks I'm using, I am using the, oh goodness gracious, I haven't got the thing in front of me to show you. The the Power of Love. The Power of Love tarot this is from, and I think it's James Van Praagh deck. So, and the one that's come out is Compassion. So I think this is really relevant for today, because being compassionate about everything, your love, your heart, other people. It talks about you demonstrate the language of the heart by actively sharing and living love. Now, that doesn't always mean giving everything at the risk of not taking for yourself. Some people believe that if you invest everything in others, then that's the way to go. But I say, don't do that. You always make sure that you're investing in the right direction. It can be unconditional. If you have children, of course, your love is unconditional. But if you do that and give to others without expecting something in return, even gratitude, that isn't always the healthiest way to live your life. You deserve love as well. So make sure that you are getting back what you're putting in. And that's the value of give and take right there. And for many of you, you know, I read for a lot of people online. I do read for a lot of people who have been through, you know, relationship situations where they've been taken advantage of. We talk the journey of narcissism. We talk the journey of, you know, not everybody around you having your personal value respected and loved the way you should be. I'm a great advocate for helping people to understand self-love and their own personal journey, because a lot of people are brought into the world working like they should always consider other people, and it's not always about that. It's always about you loving yourself first, so you have your cup full enough to share with others. So I work with a lot of people to help them on their journey. I work through with people in a life coaching respect. I am a qualified certified life coach, so I have that as well. At a personal level, I'm a grandmother of 7 and a great-grandmother of 1. So I have three beautiful children who all have just beautiful children of their own. In my personal life, I've worked in the welfare sector. I've been a light worker for many, many years, on top of doing the spiritual work. And I've been lucky enough to understand the journey of spirituality, working with others to bring them in their best possible lives as well. So I understand the journey of narcissism. I understand the journey of abuse. I can relate to many of the things that other people have been through on this journey. And I work with absolute honesty from the bottom of my heart. So I have 4 minutes left to make sure I get across my point. So what I want to do going forward is I would sometimes do readings for other people. I will do readings for the general energies and give you back the general energies of what's in the universe. I will bring you messages from the universe. I get the message direct from spirit, so sometimes I'll be able to offer you very direct messages from spirit. Sometimes I'm lucky that the universe may give me personal messages for you. I don't offer free readings. You can check me out at YouTube, The Aussie Goddess, Facebook, The Aussie Goddess. I'm happy for you to join my pages, watch what I do. I'm also happy if you want something in particular to be talked about on the channel, for you to give me feedback on what you'd like to hear about. And in future, I will, as I said, try and do a range of things. I want to really explore this channel. It's been a dream of mine to really do the work that I do more fully and more openly with all of you. I love working with people. I have a tremendous passion for humanity and improving the lives of others in whatever way I possibly can. So let's build our community, and let me know if there's a particular thing you want to talk about or you want me to sort of broach on the channel. I have a love of all of the arts, but I'm not knowledgeable in everything, but I'm happy to share with you whatever I have. If you'd like to do even meditations online, I can take you through a meditation. So let me know what you want. If you require readings, I know you can have readings through the channel, so just let me know, and I'll let you know how to register your interest through the channel. And we will move forward trying to keep a broad variety of what we do from week to week. And I'm open to almost everything. As much as I can help or as much as I can show you or share with you, I will be more than happy to do that. So please go and have a look at my YouTube channel. Please, by all means, email me if you'd like any more information, if you'd like to offer some feedback, if you think that, a particular subject is relevant and you'd like to hear more about that. And from the next time I'm on, which of course is next Wednesday, I will be taking a live caller for each time I'm on to sort of share with you how the Spirit works through me. And I have 1 minute. It's like I want to say a whole lot here, and I don't know where to start. So I want to say much love to you all. I am so happy you've joined me here. I'm sure I have some people who've been great followers from, some of the other mediums I work from. And I will be back with you next Wednesday and sharing with you whatever I can share with you. So if I don't hear from anybody, I will do a reading, and I will read for one of you online as well. So please open your heart to love every time like it was the first time, and thank you so much for joining me on my channel today. Much love. Mwah.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. You are listening to the High Frequency Channel, and I am Rebecca Urich, your Dream Builder Coach and Life Mastery Consultant, and you are tuning in for transformation. And I am excited to announce that I have partnered up with a financial firm that has a mission to eradicate financial illiteracy. And they want everybody to have more education with money. So one of my biggest struggles as a coach is finding people that are able to pay for coaching. Money is the biggest problem. It's the biggest obstacle for people. So they aren't able to get the help that they need and to live that life that they would love to live because they have financial struggles. And so I am thrilled to be partnering with a firm that has a mission that wants to educate people in finances and in money. And it's really interesting. I'm really excited to be sharing this and to become a financial coach, really, is what's happening. I'm in the middle of training right now, and it is crazy, and everything is changing. My mindset is changing. The information that I'm learning is amazing, and it is truly information that everybody needs to hear. So the question is, do the rich have more money, or do they have more education? And while some of you might say both might be true, but they have more education. They know what they're doing with their money. They know where to put the money to make the most money, right? So I am loving that I am actually bringing the secrets to why the wealthy continue to get wealthy while the poor continue to get poor. I am bringing to the middle class or whoever wants to learn how to set themselves up so they don't have to worry about retirement, that their heart rate is and anxiety is not going up and down with the market, so that they can rest assured. I actually have a debt stacker where I can tell people exactly the date they will be out of debt and exactly if they, what they put in, how much they will be able to retire on. And it is amazing. It is absolutely beautiful, absolutely amazing. I'm super excited to be a part of this and to really help people where it counts. And the best thing about this are my services. My educational services are at no cost to you. So if you're interested in hearing more, please reach out. You can go to Rebecca Urich at RebeccaUrich.com and go to contact and send me some information and let me know that you're interested in learning more and interested in learning to exit the matrix, the money matrix, and stop having anxiety as you're watching the market go up and down. Or maybe you don't have any money in the market. Maybe you don't even have any money to necessarily put away for retirement. Maybe you're working paycheck to paycheck. What I teach people how to do is to make more money and save more money. So it doesn't matter where you are on the spectrum. You could also have tons of money in the market or in retirement, and you could still learn more. And like I said, my services are at no cost to you. And I would love to, I feel like this is going to really help people. Like I said, the biggest concern that people have is money. They are worried about, they don't even have any money in case they hit a deer, or it's kind of what we do here in Michigan, right? And to have just even something extra in case something comes up. And so that'll take somebody out if they have to pay $2,500 to have their car fixed, right? So I teach people how to make more money and save more money. And it is super exciting. It is super fun. Again, please feel free to lots of ways to connect with me. You can go to the highfrequencychannel.com, RebeccaUrich.com, contact me through my website. Let me know, hey, I want your services, your financial coaching services. I will happily set up some time with you. We can go over, there's a couple different options for you. We can start and get you going. Gosh, I watched one of my clients as she was looking at when she was going to retire and how much she was going to retire with, and how much her boys were going to be covered. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I can't even believe. She was so relieved. I was so relieved. It takes a huge weight off of people's shoulders to have an idea, to know when they're going to retire. And here's the thing, most financial firms charge at least $500 to $2,500 for services that I'll be providing at no charge to you. So I am happy to begin helping. I'm happy to serve you. I'm happy to share this information. And it's not even tricks that the wealthy are doing. It's just that we just don't know what they're doing with their money. And it's a little bit different than what you would think. But it's not about the law of attraction. It's not about mindset. It's not about any of that. It is literally factual. It is literally so easy. So please feel free to contact me. Like I said, again, RebeccaUrich.com, highfrequencychannel.com. Contact me through there, or my Facebook page, highfrequencychannel.com. Just message me. I don't care. Let's set up some time to go over and to learn. the first step is to go through the educational process so that you have this fabulous information, right? And then we can go from there. We can do an assessment, which is complimentary. So all of them, I'm excited. And there's more to come because I am just getting started with this. So I'm very excited I feel as though what I'm doing, and I think I said this before, is I'm helping people exit the matrix. I'm helping people become deprogrammed by the way that we're naturally programmed to be, and to have money and our feelings toward money and how money works. And so I feel really blessed to be with a company that wants to educate people on finances and money. And like I said, I will help you make money and I will help you save money. And with that said, I was thinking about how this just dropped into my lap and how grateful I was at the time. I mean, grateful now, but at that moment, it was the craziest moment. And I contacted a friend. I was standing in my kitchen and I was like, I need to call somebody. It was this crazy thing. I was like, I need to call somebody. And I go, okay, my sister, who I would normally call, or my mom. My sister was putting her kids on the bus, and my mom was, probably getting ready for work in the morning. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to call this other friend. And then we started talking about this, and that's how I got into it. It is life-changing information. So I'm going to keep coming on and keep giving you information. I'll probably do more shows about it because I feel really strongly about the information that I'll be sharing, and that it is absolutely life-changing. So please feel free to reach out to me, RebeccaUrick.com or thehighfrequencychannel.com. A little secret, the High Frequency Channel actually just goes right to RebeccaUrick.com. So either way, you can hit the contact button in the navigation bar and send me a message telling me that you want some financial coaching, and we can set up some beautiful time to spend together and to learn some amazing things. So I'm going to wait patiently for your call. And in the meantime, I am going to take my first caller. We've got Ava in Colorado.
Yes.
Hi, Ava. How are you?
Doing wonderful.
Good. My name is Rebecca Urick, and I'm a Dream Builder coach. I'm also a life mastery consultant. I'm claircognizant and clairsentient, and I do oracle cards. What would you like? I source the infinite. Excuse me. What would you like from me today?
What is clairsentient?
Clairsentient is feeling. So clairvoyant, is sight. Clairaudient is hearing. Clairsentient is feeling, and claircognizant is knowing.
Okay.
What are you?
Well, let's go with what am I?
Yeah.
Very intuitive.
I'm sorry, say that again. Intuitive?
Very, very intuitive.
Nice. I love it. What would you like to do? You want a general reading, or you have something specific?
Let's go with a general reading.
All right. Sounds like a good plan. All right, let's see what's going on. All right, so the situation that you're thinking about or that is happening in your life has a lot of different layers and a lot of different dimensionality to it. Is there a specific person that you're thinking of, or a specific situation?
Specific I can't even speak. Situation.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So what I'm getting from that is that, first of all, easy does it. So be really kind to yourself. Be easy on yourself. Do you have a self-care program?
Not really.
Okay. So what I recommend is that, make sure you do things like even just looking out the window and watching the birds play, or going for a walk in nature, or taking a bath, or doing something to make you feel good. Something in nature.
Okay.
And to be kind to yourself. Are you a little hard on yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So we want to start really looking at maybe some of that negative self-talk and making sure that we shift that to something more positive. And so we do that by just noticing what we're noticing. And sometimes I'll just pause in the middle of my day and go, what was I just thinking? Where's my energy going? And then I'll go, okay, all right. And then I'll shift it to something more positive. So our higher self is always looking forward, never back. So a lot of times people think our past makes us who we are now. And there's a certain element to, yes, that is true. But I like to say, most of us are stuck. Most of us are broke. Most of us are, disappointed with our lives in some way, shape, or form. I mean, not in all ways, but so it's time to let go of some of that past stuff and to really move forward into what you would love to do. So by being kind and changing that inner voice, that not necessarily the small still voice or the intuition, but your voice that you talk to yourself with, and really make that super strong and powerful and positive. And then it's saying that you've got some fun things happening. What's the situation? Can you tell me?
My living situation?
Is that what the situation is?
I basically take care of everybody else's dogs, and which I do love doing. And I do artwork.
Good.
I'm very creative in things.
I love it.
So, and of course, I play with numbers.
Okay. That's fun.
Yeah, it is. I love playing with numbers. I love doing the art. I love doing the dogs. My issues on being hard on myself is there's not enough of me.
Okay. What does that mean?
Right now I have 8 dogs. For them to go walking, it's like 10 miles a day. So it's a struggle to walk that many. And,
wow.
And still have my downtime so I can recuperate until the next time they walk. And then I have so many projects started that needs to get done before Christmas. So I kind of just procrastinate, and then I get hard on myself for procrastinating. But and plus, winter's coming up. Winter's a very hard time for me.
Okay. Well, what I'm also getting to is, have you been spending a lot of time at home, and maybe it's time to get out and go out with some friends?
Actually, I am stuck. The dogs are like a bunch of 2-year-olds that need constant watching. Oh,
okay.
The only time I really get out is when I walk them.
Can you have friends over?
Walk. Huh?
Can you have friends over?
I live in a one-room cabin.
Oh, fun.
And the smallest dog is a dingo, and the biggest dog is a Pyrenees. So
wow.
They're all in between. And
okay. Well, what I'm getting is that it's important for you to also like go get out and get some either invite people over or go do something, even if it's just for a short time, to go and be with people. Have you been invited to any like birthdays or celebrations or anything, or graduations? I guess that would be the time of year for graduations.
I get invited for coffee, which is really great. It does. My closest neighbor is a mile away, so which it's probably about 15 minutes I spend at her house when I do go over there. But like I said, these dogs are like 2-year-olds. I have to really stay close by them.
Sure. I hear you. I'm just thinking that it's important for you to get out and be social. And even if you can meet with, and do you have anybody like-minded, like that is intuitive like you, that you can chat with, even if it's on the phone?
It's on Facebook.
Okay.
And of course, this one here.
Right. Okay. Cool. I'm just getting that it's really important for you to go out and talk with people, whether it be your neighbor or something. Just, if you get invited to like a birthday party, even if you step out for like an hour or even a half an hour, it's important that you get that connection with people. Okay.
Yeah.
For whatever reason that will bring you, it'll help you either feel better or inspire you to be more creative. It's just something that is going to help you move toward or move away from things that you don't want or things that are challenging for you. Or maybe there's somebody that you're supposed to meet. That could be it too, is that there's somebody or something will happen because you're going to meet somebody. That makes sense.
Yes, that does make sense.
Yeah, like even if I don't know, a lot of people in my neighborhood. Go ahead.
I have always had that feeling that there's someone out there that I'm supposed to meet, and it's supposed to be like-minded.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's okay. And so I think like maybe something to take to think about is, how could you set yourself up in order to, be able to leave for more than, a half an hour or more than an hour? Like, is there anything that you could do with the dogs or put them outside or, I don't know what, whatever works for you, of course, because you know best. But something so that you can get out. Because like you even just confirmed that you've had that feeling and it's really coming up for me. Like, it's like, I think the more you're resisting it, the more it's like coming through for me that's what you really need that. And, and it may not be the first time you get out there. Like it's at some point, like you said, something is coming to help you take you to the next place, next step, next whatever. And it's going to be about getting out. So you're going to want to somehow, take some time to think about how you can like set up the dogs so you can get out for a few hours every once in a while, hang out with some friends or whatever and not worry about the dogs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or have a babysitter, some fun-loving millennial over or something and have her babysit, while you go out. Whatever that might be.
Okay. There are some possibilities out there. I just need to check into them.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible. I think that's why it's coming through, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if it wouldn't come through a different way, if it wasn't possible. I think that sometimes we just get sort of not stuck, but complacent where we are, and it's okay, and we like it, and it's all right. But there's something that wants to come through, and it's only going to come through when you start getting out. And the other thing is, you want to start making action steps toward this, because if we get too complacent, and I'm not saying like doing your artwork and being at home and all that stuff is bad, but the life force is always seeking expression through you, so it wants to grow, right? So it's going to do something to make you grow, whether it be something's going to happen. Like, and if we wait for the universe to do it for us, it's not always comfortable, right? So you want to start taking those steps now, because universe just is like, okay, it's done, and now it's got to burst open. So you don't want that to happen. You can also take little action steps to move you in that direction, so that you soften that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, prepare myself.
Prepare, yeah. Or I mean, just ease. It's like the pot, like the top of the pot on the boiling water, and it's like you're like holding it down, right? So we've got to like lift it up and let it air out a little bit and start doing something to move in that direction. Otherwise, I mean, the pot won't blow up, but do you know what I'm saying? It's just the pressure starts to build, and then something is going to happen in order for that to be relieved. And like I said, this is what's happening with the world right now, is they're awakening, but because we're so stuck in our programming and all that stuff, that people are having to have a divorce or an accident or an illness or something that wakes them up to a bigger world. And so but the other way of doing it is taking little action steps in the direction of what you would love to do, so that you ease that pressure. And so then you simply start moving toward, you're designing the life instead of waiting for the universe to default you, which is it's not always, sometimes it is. Sometimes it's great and beautiful and amazing, but a lot of times it's got to like challenge you to get you out of where you are, if that makes sense.
Yes, I do know what you mean.
Yeah. Okay, good. So you're going to take some steps toward getting yourself out there, having some fun with people.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Oh,
thank you. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Thanks so much, sweetheart, and have a good night. And make sure you like my page, the High Frequency Channel, and check in on me and let me know what's going on. I often go live with free readings, so I'd love to see you on there and hear what's going on and keep up with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for being on today.
You have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. So make sure that you like my page, my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. Turn on the notifications so you know when I go live with free readings. And write me, RebeccaUrick.com or the highfrequencychannel.com, if you are interested in financial services or financial coaching. I would love to hear from you. You have a beautiful day. Have a wonderful day, evening, night, wherever you are good in the world. Have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful time. I love you. Namaste.
welcome to Asteria Vision. Also, my dog's barking in the background, so sorry about that. But I am doing it from my house. But welcome. I go by the name Asteria. I'm a psychic empath, and I connect to people's energy through their pictures, the sound of their voice, or of course if they're next to me. But I'm laughing because the dog barking, it's like, you know, of course it happens. Of course it happens when I'm on air, but it's okay. She's really old, family dog. But let me see what I get as far as the collective's energy. When I was meditating earlier, I did get energy of karmic cycles coming to an end. So what a karmic cycle is, it's karma. So any kind of karma that you had to repay, and you've repaid it and it's done and over with, which means things are going to be easier, things will flow in a lot easier as well, because when we have karma, it's kind of like a blockage. So things can't successfully roll in for you. And that deals with finances, love, any kind of relationships, anything that pretty much karma is a huge block. It's hard to explain, but it's in easier terms, it's like the shitstorm's already over. Everything's nice, bright, and sunny. So maybe that's an easier way for most to understand. But anywho, let me see what the collective's energy is. But that's what I felt through meditation, which is actually really good, which means that there's better things coming for people that if for the past 4 or 5 years, life has been a little stagnant. For those people, it's going to change. There's a change coming. I just feel in this moment, especially in Mercury retrograde, we're kind of out of it, and a lot of us don't even connect to our intuition as well around this time as well with Mercury retrograde. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot people stress about, things don't go through, or it's just more of a tense time. But let me see what the cards give me. I know I've been kind of, I'll admit it, my thanks. Dave was saying I look great. That's why I was saying thanks. But I know during this time, even for people that are highly intuitive, I know even for me, it's even more intense. I just feel everything more, and it's hard to distinguish, is this me or the other person? But yeah, so I got the Epiphany card, and then I'll take a call. Albert in Pennsylvania.
Yes, how you doing today?
Hi, Albert. How are you?
I'm perfect. I'm fine. I'm just resting after a long day of work.
What's your question for this evening?
Well, I just need a little bit of guidance as far as like me, my paths are blocked, as far as my aura, as far as like I see my future ahead of me, but it's sort of blurry as far as the rest of my life or whatever's left. And then just need a little bit of guidance to see what I need to do as far as like keeping a step forward and instead of stepping back.
Right. And it's funny, you're asking this because earlier when I was meditating, I felt an energy of karmic cycles coming to an end. Things are now finally moving forward. So for you, since you're also highly intuitive yourself, what I'm getting is it was hard for you to stay optimistic in a way. And when you're highly intuitive, it's really, really difficult to not be optimistic, So
that's correct.
When you can't see what's coming, or you can't even feel the energy of what's coming, it makes us a little uncomfortable. Let's put it that way. So you're just wanting to know, because what you're feeling is, that's it. It's all done. I've experienced what I probably need to experience. And it's like it's not that you're giving up, but it's almost like you're close to just settling, because you're not seeing. Right. So let me see what the cards give me. But I feel where you're coming from. It's very nerve-wracking, because you really want to do what you want to do, because you're good at it as well as a spiritual being. And it could be that you're a spiritual teacher as well, but you're very good at what you do, so it's very aggravating at times when things don't go as planned. But what I'm getting is things are going to change for you, and you aren't seeing it. You're not seeing it because when it's hard to believe that things will change, you're not going to see it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a closed book that might be like a little torn and tattered, but you open it nice and slowly, and you take time gingerly to open it to make sure that it's not broken, to not break the book. But eventually, when I open that book, I'll see everything come to light.
Yeah, and what I'm getting here is you're actually going to see, and it's funny, before I got your picked up your call, I had the Epiphany card, and you're getting the Judgment card, which is the same exact card. It's you had an epiphany, you had an awakening, you saw the truth about something. So it's, what I'm getting here is it's really important for you to connect, meditate, and listen to your intuition, because you already know the answer and you already see it. It's just blurry because you're not really connecting as you should. Let me put it that way.
I'll be honest with you, what happened was, like, when I was little, my parents, we grew up in the Spanish faith, praying for people and everything like that, and guiding people, and just giving them spiritual awareness as far as self-healing, like when they were sick. And what happened was is that I was supposed to inherit that from my dad, and he had passed suddenly. So just the other night, what happened was I dreamt that I saw him in our living room, and I looked toward him, but I heard like a plane going overhead. So I looked out the window and I saw a plane crash. So, I mean, I'm just trying to like analyze that as far as like what you said, that plane crash right there was the awakening telling me, don't worry about it, that everything is crashing around you, but it's not going to affect you. Like, you're going to be happy, you're going to go forward.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm feeling as well. Is you feel it's not going to work because it's what you're seeing around you. You're not seeing it allowing you to move forward and move forward with what it is that you really want to do, your passions. And but what I'm getting is, yeah, you're right. You're not being affected. For you to get the Judgment card upright as well, that tells me that you are protected, and the storm will pass, because you have gone through a few storms is what I'm hearing. And each one has enlightened you. Each one has taught you something, a lesson. But that was the karmic cycle that I'm talking about, that you had to go through, which is now coming to an end. So you're going to see, it's a matter of, you have to believe in what you're seeing because it's true. If that's what you're wanting to know, if your visions are true, what you're feeling is true, it is. You're correct as to what is coming for you. And it's actually positive. I'm feeling that. I see that. It's just, there were things that you feel you had to defend yourself against for a very long time. So now that you no longer really have that or need to do that, it feels different for you,
Yes.
So that's what I'm getting. So you're going to be fine. Things are going to turn out fine for you. Let me see what else I get through your energy. But as far as that, there's no need to worry about what is coming for you. I think I saw I had another caller, but I didn't catch the name. So I'll just finish with this call. Susan, okay. Ventura, okay. Let me see if I get one more thing. So, Albert, what I'm getting here is you also have, if it's regarding business or your work career, you do have a partnership coming together regarding that, which will be moving forward. So that's something I'm getting for you as well.
Awesome.
So I'm going to leave it at that so I can get Susan, my next caller, but I hope I answered everything for you. And
I just want to say that you've been a blessing, and I do appreciate everything like that, because our gifts are spiritual, and a lot of people take advantage of people, but I'm glad that you're the type, and I can see you're a beautiful soul, and I do appreciate everything you're doing for people, and thank you for everything.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. But you're very welcome.
Okay, have a wonderful night. Thank you for everything.
You too. Thank you. And, well, that was really sweet. Now we have Susan from Ventura. Hi, Susan.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You're pretty local to where I am.
Oh, where are you at?
Yeah, I'm in the Ventura County area, so I'm in your county.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's great. That's awesome. Very good. You'll feel my energy pretty strongly then.
Oh, that's good. That's good. What's your question for tonight?
Well, I just was seeking maybe a, sort of general reading, but I mean, anything that might come up in career or love.
Okay. Which one are you wanting, career or love? Because I only have a certain amount.
Let's do career.
Career, okay. That was the first one you asked for, so usually that's the one we want when it's the first one. So let me grab that deck. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're wanting to see if your career will expand as far as money or position? Because
probably both.
Okay, because what I feel you do is there's a lot of money involved, but the more clientele or clients that you have is best.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am the sales and marketing director.
Yeah, I see that. So let me see what I get for you. But you have the right personality as far as being in the occupation that you're in. Okay. You have a very strong personality, and you're actually very good with business. Because what I'm getting is you think like a man, but you present yourself as a very dignified female that is intelligent, but your mind, you're sharp. You're very sharp. You're also very good at communication. So you're, as far as career, you're in the perfect career is what I see, because the energy around you is good, but I do feel you have a lot of competition, and I feel that your competition is male. It's a man, or it's maybe a couple of them, but I feel that your competition is male energy, and which is a compliment, because they know that you can get the job done and do it right. You're capable. You're very smart.
Thank you. Yes, I finally landed this job.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not in a bad way. They just see you as competition, because men in general are competitive. It's just part of their nature. So for a woman to be as competitive as a man, some may disagree with me, but it's true because I've been in it as well. It's different. It's intimidating, and they don't want to compete with a female that thinks like them, because that's even more work. It's something that they don't want to deal with it. So, but it's not you're highly respected is what I'm getting. I'm not getting any cards to call out for you because I'm probably just reading you without the cards, but I do see you are highly respected. And you will move up, and you can. It's what I'm getting is it's up to you. It's up to you if you want to take the movement forward as to move up within this company. But what I'm getting is you will have competition. You will always have competition. So if that's the thing,
that's fine.
Yeah, so you're okay with it, and that's why. No, that's intimidating. You're someone that doesn't give up, so which is good.
It's very true. Yeah, I'm also, I think probably in the career aspect, I'm also wanting to eventually open up my own business again. So I'm hoping at some point I connect with a partner that wants to do the same thing. So I think that's kind of where the combination of career love might come in, and maybe how I said that, but that's kind of what I want the future to be, and how I see it.
What I'm getting is you can't open your own business, but it's a matter of investing in your money right now. There's a sense of you will have to start investing your money now, but you will and you can get your own business. It's all about investing is what I'm hearing. That's the key, because as long as you have that money aside, you will have the freedom to choose whatever it is you want to do, and you will be fine, because what I'm seeing is you'll have a thick cushion, if that makes sense, that, if it's, you'll be fine. You're very smart. That's what I'm saying. You're very smart when it comes to business, because the way you think is, you're logical, but you're intuitive as well. You trust your intuition. You're smart. And let me see, as far as love, though, because you're wanting to get it all, right? You want the career, love, family. I get it. You want to make that. You don't want it to be given to you. You want to earn it all. And that's where I understand it as well. I understand you there. Because you're not used to receiving. So when we receive, we don't feel we're worth it because we didn't work for it, So
I
get that. That comes from childhood, but that's another. Let's see with love.
Yeah, definitely from childhood.
Yeah. You deserve love, as we all do, but you really deserve it because you've always worked hard at that too. And you want a love to come in. But what I'm getting is it may not be the right time right now, but future, you will have someone coming in, but it's just not in the near future. I would say mid next year. It's like halfway through the year. So 6 months, you will. Which is better. You don't need that right now because you're growing. I see. It's like you're growing your money. You're growing your finances. So for you to have a love right now would be fabulous. It's great to be loved, but it's going to have to take up the time that you would put in for your business and your investments. So it's a sense of you have to just make that decision of, and I think you made it when I first asked you, what's your question? Your first answer was business. So that tells you right there because you answered with that first. That's your key concentration. So love will come. You do have new love coming in. So it's not anyone from your past. It's someone you've never met before. But it's not going to be right now. I'm going to say when we hit January, 6 months from that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's something. And it's going to be a very passionate connection as well. That actually, it might start off that way. You actually might, it might be somebody that you're, just kind of dating casually, but it's going to grow into a love, which is good.
That is good.
Yeah.
That's great. Very good. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah, you're welcome. So things are looking good for you, but just make sure that your money's right. That's what I'm hearing. So.
Yes. It's been all about money this year. So I'm definitely catching up. Things are getting better, and I know things are moving forward in a positive way. So it feels good. I mean, and I feel good. So I know when I'm open, all good things are coming.
Yep. Because you do. You listen to your intuition as well. But it's always nice for us to get a little clarification. I do it too. It's always good to have someone clarify so we really know we're right. But I'm excited for you, and maybe someday I'll run into you in Ventura. I actually go to Ventura. I used to often, but I think you calling is a sign for me to go, so I'll have to visit.
Yes, we have lots of good things in Ventura happening, so hopefully we'll meet up sometime.
Yeah, that'd be great. Have a good night, Susan.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thanks. Bye. So before the show ends, I just wanted to let everyone know that I will be doing a live on my regular page, Readings by Asteria, and it's going to be at 9 p.m., so within an hour. Or an hour and a half, I should say. So I'll be doing some more readings and answering questions. And I will see everyone next week on Thursday at 7 p.m. on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And for the East Coast, it's 10 p.m. Now, I wanted to make sure I said I'm on A1R. But sending everyone love and light, and I will see them next week. I still have time, don't I? I haven't done this in a while. I got cut off a couple times last shows because I ended too late. So it's been a while since I cut off the show early. But let me see, since we have a few minutes left, which is probably 1 minute, 2 minutes, Dave? Or is the show already over? Don't know. 4 minutes. Okay, good. Let's see what message I get in 4 minutes. Let's see. Let's do a collective message. That was nice. I enjoyed my 2 callers tonight. It was nice answering questions a little different. Let's see if I get anything before the show ends. Honestly, all I can think about right now is how hungry I am. Don't ever do readings when you're hungry. It's not very effective. Need that energy. Nothing's coming out. It's that retrograde. I'm just going to pick one myself. Let's see. Go with this one. There's so much to accomplish. Make a very detailed plan. Being watched over by someone kind. So that's a great message, especially for the kind of calls that I got tonight. Things are moving forward, and there is more to be accomplished as well. But this does include finances. Finances are growing here, is what I'm seeing. And also, there's an energy I'm picking up. You're very protected by someone on the other side. Could be friend, family member. But I do see that this person I'm picking up, you're growing. It's a male energy that I'm picking up right now. But you're growing your finances, and things are going to be growing at a much quicker rate than what you think is what I'm getting. So that's a great message. And especially when you're getting clarification that you're being watched by someone, by a loved one on the other side. So that always helps to keep us settled, especially around this time. I've been feeling it. This retrograde is pretty intense because we are in Scorpio season, so it's like you get these feelings of wanting to act on impulse, but it's always best to not and remind yourself of the consequences of doing that. 90 seconds! Yay! Should I see if I can get another message in 90 seconds? That, but I don't know what else to say other than I will see everyone next week on Thursday, 10 p.m. for East Coast and 7 p.m. for West Coast. I could have answered another call in between this time. It's only 7:27. Let me see if I get one more message. Might as well. Instead of me just staring into the screen awkwardly. This is a good way to end. If a card falls and the message is meant to be delivered. If not, the show ended on a good note with some great readings and callers. Let me see. Sometimes... Oh, it did. A gift of passion, opportunity, and inspiration, the chance to do something amazing. And your material needs get fulfilled in magical and unexpected ways. So giving and receiving with a grateful heart. So someone has good stuff coming in.
Everyone, this is Fiona, Urgent Medium I Am Power, and you are guys listening to A1R Radio Network and Addict Advice Show. So before I take any callers, let's talk about a couple things. Number one, I received a tons of emails, and also you guys DM me on my Instagram that I do date some guy for almost 6 months. I do date somebody for almost 1 year. And every time when I'm trying to communicate with him about our future, every time when I'm trying to ask him about their RV, do we have any future together, then he's going to act as, what are you talking about? You know, let's just talk later. You know, I'm kind of tired. And you know what? It's just too early. You know, I have to financially be independent. I do have a plan financially. I can't give you the ring right now, and this and that. So your questions was about, was almost 450 questions, exactly the same. That do you really think, Fiona, this guy is serious or not? Number one, if you and him together, and somehow, almost after 6 months, not even one single time, when you're trying to talk about future, he's not reacting to it, or he's still kind of like, well, let's talk later, that is super fishy. That means that this guy just wants to have fun with you and is still looking for another girl to just have fun, or having maybe better greener grasser somewhere else. And it also could be that this person really loves you and really wants to be with you, but at the same time, he may have some finance trouble and finance issues, which you really want to get rid of it. Well, you have to judge by yourself. Number one, if he always answering your phone and texts you, even when he's busy, that means he's real. When he's around you and really want to help you, when you ask him for something and he's there and he kind of like calling you a couple times because you got cold, you had some bad day at your work, and then like you're texting him, he says, oh my God, my boss was this and that, and he kind of like texting you 3-4 times, even when he had a lot to do at his own work, that means that he's real. But if he just calling you when he wants, when he asks for, when he needs you, or when he would love to have or take you to the dinner, or a movie, or how to, take you in bed or whatever, having sex with you, that means that this guy is definitely a user, would love to spend time with you because he feels lonely, and directly when he finds someone better, he will dump you like a hot potato and say, bye-bye, move on. You do not good for each other, and thank you so much. So this is the big warning for each of you. After 6 months, if the guy still says, I don't know what I want, and maybe I'm not ready for a relationship, means that this guy never been ready for a relationship and wants to just have fun. So don't dream and don't try to be in some sort of fake connection with your own soul and lie to yourself that everything is going to be all right. So basically, if this guy never spent time with you when you wanted him to do, and he never ever called you back when he saw the missed call from you, that means that this guy doesn't care about you as a person. He would love to be with you just because he wants to take you for the dinner, have somebody to sitting in front of him and eat dinner together with as well, go to a movie and not going alone, and at the same time, having fun in bed. So why not? We can actually meet each other 1 time or 2 times a week and have fun with each other. So this is super important for you guys to not fall into people who, or especially guys that trying to just use, abuse, and then dump you and then say goodbye. So get out from the relationship right now. If you have any sort that he ignoring, he never cares about, and he always asks you for something. And if you are not giving something that he wants, then he will stop calling, communicating, texting, just because you are not listening to him, what he wants. So basically, life and relationship is all about give and receive. If you are giving and you are not receiving, then goodbye that relationship. And if you feel that, oh my God, I can't do it, Fiona, I'm so in love with him, stop it right away. You know why? There is no such thing as a love that you can get out. It's a neediness. You are super needy, and you have to find why you are needy at going after people, or especially staying in an abusive relationship that you know that this guy would never take you anywhere. So my advice to all of you, get up, don't be needy, and just stop saying, I am in love. You are not in love. You're just needy. You're scared to be alone. You're scared to not finding any other guy or new guy. That's why you can't handle if this guy is going to go away. That's why you said yes to all things that he said. That's why he will absolutely use and abuse you in many situations to get what he wants. So remember that if someone loves you, will do everything to make you happy. If someone really loves you, will absolutely go to the moon and come back and give you anything and everything you desire for. If someone really loves you, will always make a time. If your boyfriend says, I don't have time, I can't do it this week, I don't have time, I have my mom to do, I have my dad to do, that are red flags, big, 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 big red flags. So that means it's not good. So back to this video, I want to talk about also Consciousness Life Expo 2019 in LA. I'm representing Avid Advice. I heard that there's a lot of people coming. It's all about energy, metaphysical, quantum, spiritualities, mediumship, psychic, Oh my God knows A to Z. So that's why for those who really want to come around with those, object and subject in their life, like when it comes to spirituality, stones, crystals, healings, Reiki, any type of things that is had to do with the unknown energies, then come to Consciousness Live Expo 2019. And we are there. Having advisors there. And I'm representing actually A1R Radio Network as well. So we're definitely going to have a show. I will show you guys exactly what's going on. I heard that every 1 hour and every 2 hours is almost 5 to 10,000 people coming and visiting, which is really fantastic. So if you're interested, then you are very welcome to come. And for more information about it, go to abbyadvice.com or PrecisionMedium.com or DM me on my Instagram. So sorry, sometimes when you guys DM me on my Instagram, I may not answering you right away just because I have a lot of people who DM me, but I have to say I would love to. I am going to answer you guys when I have time. So back to studio. Let's see that if you have any callers. That sounds like still not. And let's just continue and talk about dating. Okay, let's see. I have a caller right now. 1 second. Hello, Bridget. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I am doing fantastic to hear your beautiful voice and hear exactly what's going on. So, Bridget, give me your date of birth first, sweetheart, and then tell me about what you have in your mind and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Yes, ma'am. My date of birth is December the 7th, 1963.
Mm-hmm. I got it.
And my question is, I am right now in the season looking for money. And other than my job, because I'm bare, things are bare. I'm barely above the water breathing. And I'm looking for some money because I'm doing some things. And I'm wondering, is it going to be a positive outlook or do I have to fight harder?
As far as I'm concerned, because directly when I open your Pentagon, two things come actually to my mind. Before even you telling me that you are really looking for money, two things come to my mind directly psychically. Number one, some good news coming around almost by the end of this month or the beginning of March. So basically, in between the 27th of February until the March 13 or March 17, you are going to receive the good news that will change your finance from A to Z. So basically, what you are doing right now, you are in a good path. You are in a good way. There's good directions. Continue, and the good news would actually occur almost at the end of this month. So basically, answer to your question is yes. Continue.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That made my day.
And it's amazing. I love the way that you take a risk because normally you always be careful, and that's why you're getting tired to be careful. Because when you're always being careful, you kind of feel like, oh, I lost there and I lost this. Now it sounds like you just like, you know what? I would love to. I am going to. Nothing will stop me. That's it. Get it done. And that's what I love about that type of attitude. And I wanted you to continue to have that attitude all the time and not just temporary.
I appreciate that because that's
no fears, sweetheart. If something happened before in the past, who cares? A lot of things can happen in the past, and we know already about it as well. But what I really feel good, and I sense you, and I really hear you right now, you went through a lot of pain. You went through a lot of craziness, and you also feel betrayed. You also feel left over. You also feel lonely. But remember that is all temporary right now. So what you are doing right now, sweetheart, is super fantastic. I don't know what to say, but I'm super proud of you. I do. And I think that you are in a good path. You are in a good relationship with yourself, with your own feelings, that I wanted you to continue to be fantastic as you are today. And don't give up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I love you.
Thank you.
It wasn't meant to make you to full cry, but sometimes crying is good. because it makes us to, release and get rid of all emotional feelings and feeling good about ourselves. So I'm happy that Fear's coming out, and I'm happy that you found yourself right now, about your own dignities, connections, and everything. I'm super blessed and super happy to have you today on my radio show, because I kind of feel that you really pray to God and you trying to attract good things to yourself, because you're getting tired to be around people who lie to you all the time, who betrayed you, and they use you all the time. And now is your time to really lay back and relax and get what you want. So I'm super happy that you come to my radio show today. And for further information, Bridget, you can actually sign up on Avid Advice if you ever want to talk to me, or if you have anything in your mind to share. So you can go to Avid Advice, sign up, and I'm there for you if you have any questions, anything that you would love. So I'm going to be there for you. So what else? If I'm going to ask you, Bridget, something that kind of, let's say that I'm God. I'm calming down right now. I'm not, but let's say that we pretended. If I'm going to ask you that I'm here to try to give you the best ever answer to one of your burning questions, what will be that question? What do you want to know?
Is my husband faithful to me? Because I don't feel he's faithful.
You don't feel that he's faithful, correct? You don't feel that he's cheating. You feel that he may cheating, or he may have some fishy things behind, correct?
Yeah, because of the way he treats me.
Well, let me give you the good news, Bridget. He is not cheating on you, but he's super depressed. And he's the guy that never talk about his emotional feelings. He's the guy that always trying to hide his pain and even his happiness inside. And that's why you feel that when he's not happy, he withdraw himself so badly. And that's why you feel that you are not even count as a woman or wife anymore, which is not true. He's not cheating, because I can't see any kind of touchy sexual connection, or somehow picking up something that actually on the phone and trying to kind of like taking care of her, go there, pick up her, doing something with her, or kind of like having some secret lover. None of those vibes, thank God, is coming to me. The only vibes that I'm getting from him, he's lost, he's depressed, and he lost his dignity. I don't know why he lost his dignity. It may be because something had happened to his job, maybe to his body, maybe something that he actually not feeling the same way as he was before. So that's why he has nothing to offer. The reason that you are not feeling good, it's not because he's cheating. It's because he's lost, he's depressed, and he doesn't know how to get out from the situation. And he's not even talking or communicating with you and asking you questions like, honey, are you all right? Should we just talk to each other about things? And I think the miscommunication between you guys and not opening up towards each other that make all those misunderstandings come behind and behind. But he's not a cheater. He's just, sorry about my language, but he's just stupid to not opening up and telling you the truth about his own feelings. But he's not a cheater for sure.
Wow. You hit him on the nose, too. He doesn't really talk at all.
Also, yeah. So, but he's quiet. Some men talking and communicating all the time when they do not feel good. Some men, they kind of get completely quiet, not communicating, shut the door completely, and just be and acting like nobody, like a zombie. So it depends that what type is he? And the type that I can see on your husband is about someone that always wants to withdraw himself when he's not feeling happy. When he's not feeling healthy, when he's not feeling satisfied with himself, he always backing off, get quiet, holding himself in, and trying to shut the door and not allowing anybody get close to him or knowing what's going on.
Wow. Yes, that's true.
So he's not a cheater.
Wow. I think you almost described him to a T.
Fantastic.
Really...
I'm super blessed. I'm super blessed. I'm super happy that we could actually, disclose these things to you because I know it's very hard as a married woman. It's very hard to feel that your husband is not faithful or not there for you. And then every time when you want to reach out, he's trying to reject you in some point. But would I feel his rejection towards you, it's not about to hate you or you're not attractive enough or you are not for me or this and that. It's about his own insecurities and limitation. It's about not having enough confidence. It's about the dignity being gone. It's about that he's acting like a zombie right now and he's not acting like a human anymore. So that's why you are not knowing the new him right now. It became worse because he just stopped talking to everyone and then now he became more lonely. What I want to suggest to you, babe, number one, remove and shake it and brush it off from your subconscious, from your mind, from your heart that this man is a cheater, which he's not. Number two, I wanted you to slowly, but very shortly, getting closer to him. Don't just jump in tomorrow or today and just like next week and, oh, my love, I feel that you're depressed. You need me. Don't do like that. Just like very slowly and shortly. Try to understand what he has as a problem. Talk to him. Communication is a key to understand why he's quiet. The first week, he may not going to open up to you at all. He's just going to act like, type of is not your business, I'm fine, don't bother. And the second week could be also the same way that you feel so rejected. But if you really want to save your marriage and save your relationship, continue to the third week. And through the third week, I promise you, he will open up and he will talk to you about his own issues and his own problem. I know, Bridget, your guy is going to really rock and continue to have a relationship which is going to be based on health, wealth, and prosperity. I know that you've both been through a lot of pain and not so many months ago, and that's why everything is kind of fresh, and especially for you, because I know that you are very responsible and being very responsible, stay very responsible, and that's why all I wanted you to do is just stop it. I mean, say no. You have to kind of like teach as well to say no to people, and you should not always, sacrifice yourself just because of others, okay? So make sure that you came first as well. Make sure that you do love yourself first before anybody else.
Thank you. Thank you. Very sound wisdom. I truly am grateful and blessed for the information you gave me.
No, really, my love. I'm happy. I think that everything happened of some reason. Actually, you come to our radio show, and I'm so grateful and thankful for A1R, because if A1R doesn't exist, you guys couldn't really find me, and I couldn't find you guys to having this beautiful, magical conversation that you could at least understand that all the feeling and thought that you may actually have about your husband was not correct and he's not a cheater. And then also understand about like things that you are really, really put your energies and everything on will go exactly the way as you wish and desire for. And at the same time, you have everything under control. So I'm so blessed and I'm so happy. Thank you so much, A1R, to be you, to bring those beautiful angels to me and letting me to share my gift with them. I am so thankful. I'm so grateful for A1R. I've been with A1R, honey, for so many years. I would say that I would never, ever leave them because they're like my family. That's why, because they're working with their heart. And I'm super blessed and super happy that today you come to our channel, and I'm super blessed to tell you that everything for you in your life from now on will exactly be as you wish and desire for. I think all the pain is almost gone. All the dark situation that you've been through maybe about a couple months ago is almost gone. So now the light, the shine, the sun, the energies, the power, the light, and the love is absolutely on your way. So cheers to that, sweetie. And don't concern.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank them as well, because I'm the real thing. This is not made up, and everything that you told and shared with me was the 100% truth. I thank them for connecting because this weighed so heavy on me. I really appreciate them in the radio show. This is my first time ever. And most of the time, I don't believe psychics. I don't believe people with these gifts because they only always ask, give me money, give me money, give me more money. No, you need to do this with money. And you just poured out.
Bad.
You poured out
Listen,
the truth.
I'm happy that you brought up. Before we cut off, I want to tell you, Bridget, please don't listen to people who actually come after you and says, if you are not paying me money, then the curse is going to come after. The negative energy is after. And you're not going to, please don't listen to those things. It's not real. None of things that has a black magic, doing kind of the black magic and stuff, if they are not real, it's not real. Negative energies is real, but if you're thinking about it, if you think negatively, the negative energies will come to you. It has nothing to do with black magic. It has nothing to do with all the BS that they're trying to tell people to go after their money and their account. Please don't even pay them. And please don't even listen to them. When I'm actually working with officers, when I'm working with lawyers, insurance companies, when I'm working with individual, actually private investigators to finding missing people, I can really tap into my gift. And I'm so grateful for that, thank God that you gave me the gift that I can really sense people and feel and helping people and family to get some foreclosure for their problem. So, yeah, but I wanted you to also be aware, Bridget, people who are out there, I mean, I do respect for each of spiritual people. Is not, don't get me wrong that they are bad people. No, but there is people who actually looking for money. They do not have any spirituality. They do not have any abilities. If people sending you tons of free minutes and ask you to call me back, or you know what, come here, I see something, and come after you and drag you for money, that means that they are not real. They're just looking for your account. They're just looking for your money. But if you want to talk to that person by yourself, your energy is telling you that this person is the right things. The reason that me and you talking today on the radio show on A1R, because, and this is your first time, is just because I have to relieve and release you from something that holds you inside and making you to feel nuts. And that's why I have to really tell you something that is completely true, because I don't want you to be in a shadow. I don't want you to be in a negative and dark energies. Why? Because you are a wise woman. You are a fantastic woman. You have a golden heart. You did everything what goes from your power whole your life to helping others. And you've always been there for people. But what I feel good about that happened today, at least you found that your husband is not a cheater. Because I know it's hard when you can't really figure out. And when you're calling maybe a couple psychics and they kind of telling you that, oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, he does. Oh, I see some blondie. Oh, I see some brunette. Oh, I see that someone is tall. I see that someone is short. Oh, there's a chubby. There's a shorter. And you know what? And that make you to feel completely nuts and feel like, okay, I have to maybe call and see the psychic again. I have to talk to him like if this woman is still actually in his life. And then they come with all these stories about. All I have to say to even my other psychics and my people, my colleagues, please telling the truth to people. Telling the truth to people. Don't try to lie and trying to hold them into lie to make them to pay you more. Because, you know, I always say this way, Bridget, quality bring quantity. And marketing has to be always be word of mouth. Word of mouth. A psychic, a real medium doesn't need any marketing. Doesn't need to scream about herself or himself. It's enough that be correct. It's enough that always be faithful and grateful and helping actually customers the way that they can with their own gift. So quality bring quantity, and also when the gift is real, the word of mouth would bring 1 million of people to your life.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, I'm loving this. Guys, this is real. She is real. They put me with real. This is real. It's not phony. It's real.
I love you so much.
100%. Thank you.
Thank you, baby. I love you. And it would be a very like the owner that you sign up on Avid Advice, if you ever wanted me, just send me an email through Avid or send me an email through my Instagram if you have Instagram. My Instagram is Persian Medium. And also you can go to and email me persianmedium@gmail.com if anytime you need me, Virgin. I love your energies. I love your personalities. And I love how light and true and how awesome you are as a person.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I think we're going to have a wonderful show. We're going to have two callers that are going to call in, which are going to be wonderful. And now, I thought what we could talk about today, before we have our callers come in, is what we could talk about today is actually how what the purpose is of our life, and what is the meaning of our life, and do we come to learn our lessons, or do we come to help people? And so this is something that I thought we could sort of cover, which is quite an interesting topic. So the big question is, if you're listening, is why are you here? What have you come to learn? Now, it's quite a complicated subject, and so I'm going to try and make it fairly simple. And it can be made simple. It can be simple and as complicated as you want. But so what I'm trying to say here is that, first of all, we come here because we have a reason. And so whatever that reason is, we will be looking to fulfill that reason. Now, it may be that in a lifetime that we've had, or perhaps the previous lifetime, or the one before that, who knows, but in a lifetime that you've had, you perhaps, let's hypothesize for a moment, and I'm not suggesting that any one of you have done this, but let's say you've done something that hasn't been so good. And it may be that you need to come back to this lifetime to perhaps learn the error of your ways, so that your soul understands and knows what you've done and how you can put things right. Let's say that it may be that you've come to help somebody who's going to have a challenging, difficult life, because we can't do things on our own. The other thing is, let's say that we've come to this lifetime because we need to learn something about sickness, or we need to learn to help people and be healing. And so we may be a doctor or a nutritionist or a medicinal, something in medicinal in some way. But whoever we are and whatever we're doing, we're not alone on this earth plane, because in addition to us coming to perhaps help other people and to give to other people, we are also looking to help people. So we're helping people, but there are people in the spirit world that are going to be helping us, because ultimately they don't want us to fail. They want us to succeed. So they will do everything they possibly can to steer us in the right direction and help us in whatever we have to do and whatever we're learning on this path. And so I think that's quite sort of interesting, sort of why we've come. And sometimes we can have numerous people helping us in the spirit world, depending on what we're doing. And sometimes we might just have one or two. But the point is that we will always have people in the spirit world helping us. Now, some of them will be people from our soul group or higher evolved souls, or some of them may be actually family and relatives that will be helping us and guiding us, because they have that love link. They have that love that they want to share with us, and they want to help us in whatever way we can. So that's sort of like a little interesting fact that I was thinking about, and I've been thinking about that for a couple of weeks actually. But let's move on to the callers, and I believe we have Nikki in Cumberland, Maryland, USA. Are you there, Nikki?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hello, Nikki. And how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I'm here and it's fairly sunny, fairly. I am a medium. Now, what that means is I'm able to do one of two things. I can either connect to the spirit world and connect to a loved one that you've lost, or I'm able to give you guidance in some way with regards to your life. Is there a particular way that you'd like me to work?
Well, I mean, I have been feeling like there's somebody that needs to contact me or somebody I need to speak to. And that's kind of why I reached out to you guys. I've been trying to meditate and whatnot, but I am having issues with figuring out what it is that I feel like is pulling me or drawing me to get answered.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you are drawn to the idea that somebody wishes to talk to you, and from the spirit world. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, the first thing that I'm getting is grandmother, and I feel that you have a grandmother in the spirit world, and I know that she is seizing this opportunity to talk to you, because I feel quite sort of excited of wanting to talk to you. But she's making me feel as though there has been some. I feel like there's been some new additions to the family since she's passed to the spirit world, and I'm being drawn to sort of young children that have been born, and I feel like she's referring to children that are around you. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah, that does.
And she's saying to me that I get the feeling that one of your children has one of your children. Are they still at school? Because I'm feeling at school age. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Because I feel like one of your children is actually having some difficulty in school. Would you be aware of that?
I don't think so. I do have a child. He is in pre-K, so I don't really see how he could, just learning, just getting into it. So I don't see why, you know what I mean, on that.
Right. Okay.
But, yeah.
Because what I'm getting from your grandmother is that okay. I feel